Good morning, everyone. Welcome to It's a Crime. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Linda. Oh my gosh, you guys, I missed you incredibly a large amount yesterday. We had some technical difficulties at the Shea Linda with a scheduled power outage. Now, you guys are going to have to keep me up to date as to what happened yesterday because I was working with my editor yesterday from morning, noon to night, and I didn't get to see what was happening. So that'll be on my spare time. So I want you to drop in before this starts today. You guys got to give me and dish it out as to what happened yesterday and what was the biggest points. I did see somebody say about lapidity from John Pryor, so we have to write that down. I had so many wonderful comments in my community tab saying that you guys missed me, but I missed you guys. Some people thought I was had a day off, but that does not happen. This morning, I've already recorded a video that was at 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m., and I'm working on a bigger video that took me 8 hours to collect extra pictures yesterday. So I was busy till midnight, but here we are. And I'm so excited to watch this with you guys because it is not the same without you, for sure. I'll make sure. Oh, this needs to go up, doesn't it? Okay, there we go. Okay, so there was body shaming. Well, that's interesting. From, I'm taking it, John Pryor. I missed you guys too. This is definitely not the same, is it? John Mado basically called Tammy out of shape and a Fitbit cheater. Oh my God. Yet, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? I mean, if he is telling her she's a Fitbit cheater, this woman was doing clogging classes, plus she was training for a run. I think it was a 5K. Some people thought it was a marathon, but 5K run. And he's going to be saying that she's a Fitbit cheater? What do you put in, John? 30 steps a day? Get bent. Gail would like some subtitles. Well, the issue is I can't do closed captioning, and when I try, like I can, but after it's blocked on also on the judge, so I can't do it. Otherwise, I totally would. Okay. Give me the tea, you guys. This is amazing. Listeners were angry. Oh, I read that Tammy had stomach contents, which contradicts his vomiting story. It's always the day that I'm away, hey? John uses a nitwit bit. Would we have tie? What color ties were they yesterday? 3 coworkers gave excellent testimony to her fitness. They were strong. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Do we get the red tie on again? Wow. That's 2 in 2 days for Chad.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The jury is not present at this time. The court took under advisement separate motions yesterday relating to victim designations as well as 2 motions in limine, and set aside time this morning to make rulings on the record on those motions. So I'll note the defendant is present as well as defense counsel, the state present as well, prosecutors, and the court resolved the victim matter on the record yesterday. I do have rulings as it relates to the motions in limine this morning. So again, there were 2 motions filed, one on March 4th, one on March 14th by the state seeking introduction of statements that may be hearsay or may not. That's what was argued in the motion, and whether or not they'd be admissible. In terms of what is hearsay or is it hearsay, the Idaho Rules of Evidence define hearsay as a statement, oral or written, other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That quotes Idaho Rule of Evidence 801 A and C, and from a case Sandoval Tana 138 Idaho 911. The evidence has been objected to by the defense, and so there's a question for the court to resolve of whether or not this is inadmissible hearsay. There are general exceptions to some of the hearsay statements that are in the rules, and the court has to analyze those, looking at rules 802, 803, and 804. And then so the court has to first determine whether statements are in fact hearsay, and second, whether there's any exception that allows them to be admitted. So the first matter we'll take up is the statement requested by the state in the first motion in limine filed March 4th. That is a statement of Janice Olson, and the state seeks to introduce an out-of-court statement made by Tammy Daybell to a coworker and friend, Janice Olson, somewhere around 6 weeks before the time Tammy Daybell passed away. The statement that the state seeks to introduce is quoted in the motion. That was a statement Tammy allegedly made to Janice Olson, quote, she would just, I'll read that again, quote, she would, comma, she'd just say, comma, my husband thinks I should up my insurance here at the end of my, comma, at the end of my career, comma, before I retire. He's thinking I should up my insurance. The state seeks to introduce that statement, has argued that a exception would apply permitting that under Rule 803.3. And under 803.3, that allows for statements that are citing from the rule, then existing mental, emotional, or physical conditions. And the state's argued that these would fit within a physical condition statement, talking about the health of Tammy Daybell at the time, and the state arguing that her health is something that goes to the statement, bringing it within 803.3 for that part of the exception, which does allow a statement such as bodily health is what's included in the rule, and a statement of the declarant's then existing physical condition. The defense argued against it, saying it simply talks about a financial decision that was being discussed and does not fit within 803.3. The court did some research on the issue in 803. There's a case, State of Idaho versus Garcia, 102 Idaho 378, and talks about when 803.3 may apply. Talks about 4 areas. One, claims when there's claims of self-defense as a justification for killing that would not apply here. Two is if there's a defense around a suicide allegation, that would not apply here. Three claims killing was accidental, which there's no evidence that's in the theory of the case of either party here. And then four, when a specific mens rea is in issue. That specific mens rea issue in the conspiracy could be considered. However, upon weighing things out, both under 803.3 and also under Rule 403, the court finds the statement is problematic for a few reasons. Number one, just reading through the statement again and precisely what the statement is, this talks about Tammy saying, quote, "My husband thinks I should up my insurance at the end of my career before I retire." And so, first of all, there's an issue there with when that would occur. There's some vagueness there. The testimony in the record so far is that Tammy had not worked at the school all that long, a couple of years. There's no indication she was preparing for or nearing retirement. And this statement that insurance should be upped, quote, before she retires or at the end of her career, I think makes the statement vague as it would relate to evidence in this case. Also, under 803.3, I don't find that this fits in one of those exceptions as the state has argued. It's not a statement about physical health. It's, I think, in the context here, would agree with the defense that it's really a statement about a financial decision. And so, based on that analysis, the court is going to exclude the statement on the motion in limine. The state would not be permitted to introduce that statement in the state's case in chief, as I would find it would be impermissible hearsay. However, that does not rule out it potentially coming in later, either in the form of impeachment or if somehow the defense were to open the door to make the statement again relevant for impeachment or other purposes. So that's going to be the ruling as to the state's first motion in limine, denying the motion without prejudice to have it re-raised if it comes up in either impeachment or from the door being opened by the defense. The next motion had two separate statements that were sought to be introduced. And this is the March 14th motion. The first statement is a statement where Tammy Daybell told Janet Anderson that Chad had told Tammy, quote, "she is a zombie." And the state indicates that statement was made sometime late August up until October of 2019. So there's multiple layers of this statement. What Chad said to Tammy, Tammy said to Janet. When the court has gone through the analysis of this, it may be permissible on Chad's statement under statement of a party opponent or under Rule 801 D2B. That part may not be hearsay. However, then Tammy telling it to Janet, I think clearly does become hearsay when you get into the multiple layers of the statement there. The issue the court has in addition there is the timing, quite frankly, of the disclosure, noting and agreeing with what the state argued that sometimes even on the stand, witnesses will suddenly say things they hadn't reported to officers, and it's still maybe credible and truthful, and the jury can decide that. However, in this case, looking at the fact that it is a hearsay statement, apparently this witness was interviewed first about 4 years ago, May of 2020, and then the statement just came up in March of 2024, almost 4 years later. That is a concern. Further, the actual statements and how they were made were, the brief said, were attached as an exhibit B to the motion. And the court's knowledge, I don't have Exhibit B, so I just don't know exactly what was being said. But looking at the multiple layers of hearsay here, I don't find that it's fitting in any exception to allow its admission in the state's case in chief. And also, I think it's problematic, the timing of when the statement occurred and was disclosed. And so the court is going to preclude the admission of that statement from Janet Anderson about, quote, she is a zombie. Also noting that the statement, even when it was made, at least according to the motion, was sometime over a 3 or 4 month period, which again, I think goes to the credibility of the statement of the court weighing out whether or not this would be a statement that would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial under a 403 balancing. So the court is going to exclude that statement from Janet Anderson. Again, though, it may become admissible in impeachment, or if the defense somehow opens the door to bring that back in. But in terms of the state's case in chief, it won't be permitted to be brought in as being inadmissible hearsay. The last statement in the second part of the March 14th motion in limine relates to a statement that the state seeks to introduce from a witness, Pam Peebles, who was a coworker with Tammy Daybell, and the statement that Tammy told her, quote, "This is the best I have ever felt in my life," and that, quote, she was excited about getting ready for a race. That's a statement purported to have been made 2 days before Tammy's death. The court does find that that particular statement, I think, clearly fits within 8033, which allows an exception to hearsay for a then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing physical condition, such as bodily health, is permitted, and that is a statement clearly about her health and would fall within the 8033 exception. And also on a 403 balancing, its probative value is not outweighed by unfair prejudice. This is an issue that's already been raised by other witnesses, and a defense has crossed those witnesses, also further bringing up the issue of what was Tammy's health at the time before she died. The statement's also made in a narrow enough time frame to make it relevant as well, so the court will permit the statement from Pam Peebles if the state wishes to introduce that in its case in chief. So those are the rulings on each of those 3 evidentiary matters. Does the state have any questions on the rulings, Mr. Wixom? Any questions from the defense?
No, Judge. Thank you for your time and effort in this matter.
Okay, thank you. We'll just issue a very brief order referencing the court's findings on the record on those matters. So that's in the case. That'll conclude the ruling for this morning then. In terms of getting going on evidence, I'm not sure where if the jurors were coming in late, or would they be ready to be brought into the courtroom now?
Fine, they're ready to go.
Okay. If the parties are ready, we said we'd start at 9. We're a little early. Is the state okay to proceed, or do you need a minute?
I think we need a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, so you want to just start evidence at 9 o'clock?
If we could do that, Your Honor, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, and that's what I mentioned yesterday, so we'll go ahead and get on the record at 9 with further evidence. We'll take a brief recess until then. I will note to the parties also, I did receive the juror affirmations from all the jurors this morning, and they're all here and have signed their affirmations, so we'll get started at 9 o'clock.
All rise.
Okay. 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 I missed you guys. This is so crazy. What are we going to do for 40 more days? 39 more days. We cannot miss another day. I missed you guys. Okay. So you guys have been awesome and letting me know what's going on from yesterday. I said earlier that yesterday was spent doing a different project for It's a Crime. And I worked with my editor all day and night. It was a long, long, long day, but I love her, so that's okay. But I didn't get a chance, not even to 2 times speed it, as I was working till 12 a.m. last night. And then I was like, I can't listen 4 more hours to double the speed it. So you guys gave me a couple of things. Tell me if I did this right or not, or if I'm missing anything, I should say. Not did it right, but I have basically yesterday that John was body shaming Tammy and called her basically a Fitbit cheater. I have that there's a contradiction between, surprise, surprise, what Chad said and what the coroner said, or somebody said yesterday about they found contents in Tammy's stomach. And remember, Chad said that she was vomiting at night. Somebody is saying court is dark on Tuesday. Is this upcoming Tuesday? Let me know, yes or no. Abby says, with Nate off this week and you off yesterday, I was lost. I'm back. Okay. Annie was approved to be Tylee's representative. That was from yesterday. There was 3 coworkers, if that's correct or not. Would be curious what they said. And John called it lapidity. Now, I got to give my thoughts on this. John's been working on it, not as long as I have, but he's been working on it for how many years? I learned what lividity was back in Charles Vallow. And I kind of knew what it was before that, but I definitely know that it's called lividity. Now, I'm just wondering why he's calling it lapidity. If he's really been diving into this case, wouldn't he know it's called lividity? Now, I'll give him a pass on the patriarchal blessing because he called it patriarchal. But lapidity, it sounds like stupidity. Just my little 2 cents about it, the info snack. So now, Tammy to Janice said, my husband thinks I'm a zombie. Okay, I got that. And that I should up my insurance before I retire. I have prior berated the coroner. The coroner's testimony on Cross was a mess. And there was a good quote yesterday that said, dead bodies don't just roll out of the bed. 2 days before death, Tammy said it's the best she's ever felt. And her Fitbit synced to the phone on October 20th, the day after she died. So I think you guys are amazing. Maybe you guys should just give me the Coles Notes version at the end of the day, and then I can just expand on that in a recap video. You guys are amazing. This would have taken me 8 hours. Bunny says it was not the same without your snarkiness. Bunny, I have to give you some extra kudos because you have been so amazing sending me links to things, whatever. I just really appreciate you. So I don't say it. So I wanted to point that out. Like, you're always one to send me links and help me out on what's going on. Others do too, but you're consistent. You always do that. So I just want to say shout out to Bunny. You've been awesome. And you've been around for a long time. So I appreciate you. Okay. Close Tuesday. Okay. I get catch up on Tuesday. What's the date even on Tuesday? I can't believe it's been the 25th. I woke up this morning going, how has it been 4 months since New Year's? It's really, it's really creeping me out, actually. Okay, so Tuesday, I don't know what the date is on that, guys. What is it? Tuesday, April 30th. Tuesday, April 30th. Okay. That'll be catch up day, and I'll be working on another video. So I did mention earlier, yesterday I was working on a video. It's going to come out this weekend, the Friday night or Saturday. That also has a new brand deal in there. So I'm very excited about that because that helps a lot. And I put some extra time and attention into this video. So, and a lot of extra pictures and stuff. So, okay. So Caroline says, I didn't even watch it yesterday. And speaking of Caroline, because I know how much you follow the Morphew case, that Suzanne Morphew's autopsy has been completed and we should know in a couple days. So we don't know anything else, or I don't know anything else in that other than that's what's going on. And finally, because it's been months, we thought it would be, it wouldn't take this long, but here we go. We have it. So we'll see what they say in a couple days. Badger says maybe he has a cholesterol issue, lipids. Yep, lipidity. Lipids are also fats, so there's that. I missed you guys too, ridiculously. I was screaming lividity at the screen. I think there's been a lot of screaming at the screen. Like there's days where I literally have the microphone mute and start screaming at John. Because I mean, he's just that kind of a guy where you just want to scream. I don't know. Fun to Ski says medication and oils for bruising, old or new, and what the difference. The coroner could not answer and was all over the place. Shoot. You guys said the testimony is brutal. Shoot. Oh my gosh, did he call medicine wrong too? Watched all your Melanice videos since missing you yesterday. So much you covered and documented tells so much points to Chad 100% as the leader. Well, thank you for watching my videos. Yeah, and I started that, I can't remember. As soon as I saw her, Melanie's interview videos, I think I started diving into her. I did Charles very, very early and was even estimating the time I believed that that the shooting happened, and I was dissecting all the timeline. It's kind of fun to go back now to see some of the things that I was pointing out in the pattern wise. It was interesting. I got to go back on some of them too. Oh yes, the essential oils. Oh, you're very sweet, Barbara. Thank you. Just if you could give just a little, hit that like button, and you know, we missed each other. Little like button. Wee Marie says it's a crime. I don't think JP is as daft as he's trying to make it out. I think he's also trying to suggest this is a conspiracy between the state, law enforcement, and witnesses all out to get Chud. Everybody gives Chad the name. Let's do some Chad Tatoes into John Manos. I missed that yesterday too. He's manipulative. John is very manipulative, and he's going to try all kinds of things. But unfortunately for him, but fortunately for us, he comes across so rude, so brash, and I think that's going to affect the jurors even on a subconscious level, not even a conscious level, but even a subconscious level. I think they're just going to feel like not good about things. So it's good. Also, Pryor reported that Chad said Tammy fell off the bed after he pulled the covers when he first reported that she pulled the covers, causing him to wake up, and she fell off the bed. Yeah, he was talking about before because she's on menopause that her leg goes out in the covers. But they're like, no, there's gonna have to be some external force. You don't just fall off the bed when you're dead and you died on your back, and science proves that. Ugh, I know. Rudest part was consistently saying Tammy was dug up instead of exhumed. Blake and BK and shut that down. Came back and shut that down. Okay. Oh, yes. They played the rest of the 911 call. Great. Do you remember that the other day? Because the deputy was talking and he's like, well, is there anywhere that Tammy didn't call it a gun? He goes, yeah, it's at the later on in the call. And John's like, all I heard was paintball gun. And the guy's like, that's because you stopped it. Even the judge chuckled. Oh, why'd I have to miss this yesterday? Gun twice and rifle. Gun twice. I love that. And rifle once. Love that. Yeah, he only wanted to stop because he goes, well, I think we could stop that right now. No, play it on, John. Play it on. Of course he wants to stop it right then. I like the comment made to Pryor from gym instructor. You don't have to be petite to be healthy. Absolutely. Absolutely. We certainly hope Suzanne will get justice. Have you guys ever done HIIT sessions? Okay. It's called high intensity interval training. And you only need like 7 minutes of it. But even in 7 minutes, you wish there were no minutes that you were doing them. They're very effective, but they're not fun. Some people might find them fun. I lost 55 pounds doing HIIT sessions because I gained a lot of weight with my children. Because I was pregnant for 42 weeks for both of them. But HIIT sessions are not easy. Just so you know. State was like, you're not a doctor, are you? And after the doctor's exam, you changed your mind, didn't you? And Pryor was like, you're not a doctor, are you? You changed your mind. Ugh. I missed you too. Nice to see you, Lindsay. The co-workers were all in sync and strong. Awesome. Linda, you would have been so angry yesterday. I was cussing at my TV. I was so mad. We could have been swearing together. No. I didn't see that it was broken. So that's where you sometimes people will get choked and that'll break. But I believe that happened to Gabby Petito. I don't believe that was for Tammy. I don't think so. No. How about Pryor's take on anemia? Like low iron isn't treatable or curable. No. No. I love your name staying classy. Keep it classy. You missed it, Linda. JP was naming Chad's children and called his one son Bark. Did he really? Come on. You call him Bark? No. Or did it just sound like bark? I miss Ted Millie's. Okay. John is the one with lapidity. Well, you guys, if I saw lapidity yesterday, I would probably stop the stream, rewind it, and go, let us listen to the lapidity of it all. Oh, no. Oh, you guys. The coroner is a 20-year EMT and was elected coroner in 2019, so she's still new.
All rise. District
Here
Court's
we
again in session.
You guys are awesome. I'm so glad to do this with you today.
All right, if we could please have the jurors brought in.
All right, please. Here's our President County for your honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, please be seated. All right, good morning. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing evidence in the state's case in chief. We left off yesterday with Detective Kaya Kamanu on the stand in direct examination. I believe the state's still proceeding with more direct. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'd like to continue with testimony, Detective Kaya Kamanu is here. You can go ahead and take the stand and we'll allow you to continue on direct. I will note also, I received all of the juror affirmations and the jury is all here properly seated. So thank you again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for continuing to follow the court's instructions as you retire home each night. And with that, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can continue with your direct.
Your Honor, may I be handed back State's Exhibit 107B?
Yes.
Detective Kaikamanu, when we left off yesterday, we had been talking about some searches linked to a Homer J. Maximus account. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you had prepared an exhibit summarizing some of the searches that you located on that account. Is that correct?
yes,
Your Honor, I believe we left off with the state having asked permission to publish State's 107B.
Yeah, we had the tech issue. I believe and hope that's all been sorted out. They worked on it for a while, so I think we've got things working. If those monitors don't work, also please make an indication, jurors, and you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment, let's see if I can get this fixed.
Detective Kaya Kamanu is on the stand currently. Yeah, you'll see the little ticker on the bottom. I'll have that updated throughout the day. Okay, we're gonna be a little bit longer. Yesterday, Pryor said pulmonary edema is or edema. Did he supposed to say edema, or he's talking about anemia, meaning the iron deficiency? Oh. We might be starting with the same tech issue. There was lots of issues again yesterday. Enema. He created a new disease. I was screaming objection yesterday like it will help. I was hoping Chad would turn into a zombie and bite Briar in the face. We all can have a little bit of visions ourselves. And some daytime daydream.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry about that. Detective Kaya Kamanu, does this look like the start of the PowerPoint presentation that you created?
Yes,
And can you remind the jury, who was that Homer J. Maximus account ultimately associated with?
Alex Cox.
And if we turn to the first slide, can you see the date on there?
Yes,
And what date is that?
October 8th, 2019.
And can you remind the jurors when the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell occurred?
October 9th, 2019.
What is it about these searches on October 8th that caught your attention?
These searches, Alex Googled the 100-yard drop to 200 and 100 to 300.
And when we talk about a drop, can you explain what that is?
During shooting and sighting in your rifle with your scope, depending on how far you're out in yardage, a lot of times you will dial in that scope to a precise point of impact of your bullet. The drop of the bullet, the further you're out, the drop of the bullet tends to go down a little bit.
So essentially the idea being that from where you're standing, that's going to be where the bullet will go and where it will ultimately land or hit a target.
Correct.
And also in there, it looks like it was a 6.5 Grendel specifically.
Yes.
What kind of gun was recovered from an apartment associated with Alex Cox?
Alexander Arms 6.5 Grendel.
And then it looks like there's another date on there, October 9th of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's some additional searches there. What about those caught your attention?
He searches just different uppers for ARs, muzzle energy brake of a 6.5 Grendel, and frog sizing of frog tog pants.
And breaking those down a little bit and actually going back to October 8th, was there anything else other than it being the 6.5 Grendel that stood out to you with these particular searches?
Not at this time to me, no.
And then on the October 9th, we've talked about the 6.5 Grendel. What about the frog tog sizing caught your attention?
There were some frog togs purchased on this same day at a different location.
And from your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to where those frog togs may have been purchased?
Yes,
And where was that?
Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Did you learn anything in relation or review anything in relation to where a device associated with Alex Cox was located that same day?
Yes,
And where was that?
Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Do you know what color those frog tog pants were?
Black.
And then when we go to the next slide, can you read the date of these searches into the record?
October 10th, 2019.
And can you explain what about these searches stood out to you?
On this day was after the attempted shooting on camera Daybell. And the next day he is searching if an AR functions in cold weather, how an AR functions in cold weather. Hornady one shot shooting in cold weather. Also had a prep your AR to shoot in cold weather. He also is searching if mag rings shrink in cold weather.
Do you reside around the Fremont County area?
I do.
Have you resided there for some time?
Yes.
What are Octobers generally like in that part of the state?
Microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Objection, Judge. It's calling for speculation. He's talking in generalities and he has no testimony or knowledge of what the weather was like at any time this particular year.
Your Honor, he testified that he lives in the area and has lived there for some time. I think it would be
I
within his
agree, and
personal
I'll-
knowledge.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. If you can answer.
Can you repeat that?
What are the Octobers generally like in that part of the state?
Octobers get fairly cold in that month. Sometimes prior to that month, Octobers in eastern Idaho are hit and miss.
Do you know what the temperature was on that day?
I believe it was 26 degrees.
Judge, I'd like some foundation as to how he knew that.
Ms. Blake, knowing the precise, I agree, degree temperature would require additional foundation.
Did you do anything to look into what the temperature was that day?
I did.
What did you do?
I Googled and got on to the National Weather Service and put in that date, October 9th, 2019, to see what the temperatures were during that day,
And what were the temperatures?
26 degrees.
And if we go to the next slide, can you read the date of these searches into the record?
October 12th, 2019.
What about these particular searches caught your attention?
So this was after the attempted shooting on October 9th. On this search, he's Googling how to attach a ghillie suit, a cover to a ghillie suit. He's also Googling if a 6.5 Grendel will shoot through a windshield. He Googles the penetration through Dodge Dakota, 2008 Dodge Dakota steel body thickness, the thickness on the doors of a 2008 Dodge Dakota, and they gauge thickness of, or how thick 22 gauge steel is.
And if we break these down a little bit, can you explain what a ghillie suit is?
A ghillie suit's used a lot in the military, snipers. It's a cover that they can use for cover while in the weeds, the brush, the trees, so they're not seen.
And what about a 2008 Dodge Dakota stood out?
Tammy Daybell and Chad Daybell had a 2004 Dodge Dakota registered to them.
And again, a 6.5 Grendel was recovered from an apartment associated with Alex Cox.
Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you also look at some shooting range records?
I did.
Do you recall which shooting range you reviewed records from?
It was a sportsman's club located in St. Anthony, Idaho.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 396 and 396A. Your Honor, I just handed the bailiff a courtesy copy for defense counsel, a copy for the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
All right.
And Detective Kamanu, if you just look through those particularly Exhibit 396A. And Your Honor, while he's looking through those, I believe these are a stipulated to exhibit. The first exhibit 396 would be the affidavit of business records, and exhibit 396A would be the actual logs.
That is correct, Judge.
All right. Those have been offered now and admitted. So 396 and 396A are both admitted exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Detective, do those appear to be the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not it appeared Alex Cox had been at that gun range?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
Alex Cox didn't sign in as Alex Cox on these sheets. He did sign in as C. Quint, which C. Quint, or I should say C.P. Quint, is the license plate on his Ford F-150 truck. So on the sign-on sheet, the only letter that's missing in that is the P.
And were you able to determine how many times this C. Quint or Alex Cox had visited that gun range?
Yes.
How many times had he visited?
5 times through October 7th to the 15th of 2019.
And again, the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell was which day?
October 9th, 2019.
And what day was Tammy Daybell pronounced dead?
October 19th, 2019.
As part of your investigation, did you also review some data recovered from a phone associated with Tammy Daybell?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. It is a affidavit of business records in relation to Tammy Daybell's phone.
Thank you.
Give us a moment, Ms. Blake. We're gonna verify the number here. I think we've already got 108 admitted.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, actually, let me have the bailiff hand you the admitted exhibit for your review. Yeah.
Okay. This is interesting. I'm just reading your guys' comments. We're waiting. Somebody was saying that, oh yeah, Karen says, is it just me or is Chad and Pryor starting to look like brothers? Guess when you spend enough time with each other. Birds of a feather.
All right, Your Honor, I think we have sorted that out. So State's Exhibit 108 was already admitted.
Yes.
The state would ask to have the witness shown State's Exhibit 291. Do you recall reviewing that particular email?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, there is a stipulation to admit the contents of Tammy Daybell's phone. This is one of the items retrieved from her phone. So the state would move for admission of Exhibit 291.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, exhibit 291 is admitted.
And Your Honor, the state would ask for permission to publish.
You can publish.
And Detective, are you able to see who sent this email?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tammy Daybell from tammy.daybell@gmail.com.
And are you able to see who it was sent to?
Yes.
And who is that?
Mark Daybell at mark.daybell@missionary.org.
And can you see the date that this shows it as having been sent?
Yes. On 10/13/2019 at 2:38, or correction, 2:23:18.
And Your Honor, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Okay, thank you.
That is really hard to read. It's blurry. No, I'm tapping out, or I have to go get my extra reading glasses because it's just really blurry. It's not even, I don't think it's my eyes. All I see is on Wednesday. Yeah, no. Sorry, guys, not on that one. Wonder if I get my readers if it would do that.
And Detective, this was sent just 4 days after that attempted shooting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when we look at that second paragraph, are you able to see approximately what time Tammy says she arrived home that night?
Yes, approximately 9:15.
And are you able to see in there, actually, let me back up. Can you read the last couple sentences there, starting with "I looked up"?
I looked up thinking it was Dad or Garth to help me carry stuff in. Nope, it was a guy dressed all in black with a ski mask on, pointing a rifle at me.
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Detective Kaikamanu, could you read the paragraph starting with, "I think I was," that first full paragraph into the record?
I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, "What do you think you were doing?" Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top. The guy started pulling the trigger, and I could hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. He stayed standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I just kept asking him what he thought he was doing. At that point, I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door and he didn't step towards me or even say anything. The scared part came after when my brain thought of things that could have happened.
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
All right.
And Detective Kaikamanu, could you read the last sentence of that second paragraph, starting with "on Thursday night"?
On Thursday night, though, I didn't go to Zumba because I was quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
And I'm going to go back to that paragraph that we were looking at previously. In there, Tammy refers to the paintball gun as a rifle. Is that correct?
Correct?
And she specifically references a hopper.
Yes.
And that's in reference to why she thought it was maybe a paintball gun.
Yes.
She also indicates the guy started pulling the trigger. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this, do you see where she indicates that she was scared?
Yes.
And in that last sentence that we just talked about, she indicated she was scared to go out alone the next night.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 281A. It was admitted yesterday.
Okay, you can publish.
And Detective, we talked about this firearm yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And where was this recovered from?
This was recovered from Alex Cox's apartment.
And can you remind the jurors what type of firearm this is?
This is an Alexander Arms 6.5 Grendel.
And I think you have a pointer up there. But when we just looked at that email from Tammy, she specifically references a hopper or what she thought might be a hopper on the firearm. Can you again explain where on this firearm, if this were a paintball gun, where the hopper would be located?
Again, like I was referencing yesterday, the scope is on the top of the rail of the gun right here. On a paintball gun, it comes off right on the side and up, right there.
So the hopper would be around the same location as this scope.
Yes.
We saw some searches about drilling a baffle to make a suppressor. Can you talk a little bit about what a suppressor is?
A suppressor is a device that can be screwed onto the end of rifles, handguns, miniguns that will make the bullet coming out quiet. Sometimes people make homemade suppressors, which they have to drill holes. And you can also buy those wiggly.
Where on the firearm would you attach the suppressor?
The suppressor is attached right on the end of the barrel right there.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 281C. If I can have the detective shown a copy.
You may.
Detective, do you recognize that photo?
Yes,
And did you in fact take that photo?
yes.
And what is it a photo of?
This is a photo of the end of the rifle.
A close-up photo?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 281C.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Exhibit 281C is admitted.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Yes.
And officer or detective, can you tell us what we're seeing on the end of that gun?
So at the end of the rifle right there, it's threaded. A lot of times there's muzzle brakes on there, or you can take that muzzle brake off and thread a suppressor onto that.
Detective Kamanu, through your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to whether or not Alex Cox was in the area of the Daybell residence on October 9th?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
A device associated with Homer J. Maximus.
Judge, foundation.
It's Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kamanu, as part of your investigation, did you review reports of other investigators?
Yes.
And did you discuss the matter with other investigators?
Yes.
And through your discussion and review, did you learn anything or review anything in relation to the location of a device associated with Alex Cox on October 9th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you learn anything in relation to a device being in the area of the Daybell residence?
Yes.
What did you learn?
On October 9th, 2019, a device that was associated with Alex Cox, known as Homer J. Maximus, was located going up and turning next to the Daybell residence and driving and making a turn and going back around the Daybell residence. This time frame was about 4:40 4:55 PM to 5:03 PM.
So 4 hours or so before the attempted shooting.
Yes,
And later in the day, that same device was at Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls. Is that correct?
yes.
Detective Kamanu, are you aware if any paintball guns were located in the residence associated with Alex Cox?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware if there were any other calls on October 9th that you found in relation to anyone else reporting a masked man pointing a rifle at them?
I did not find any.
You aware of any other reports around that time about a masked man pointing a paintball gun at anyone?
No,
So to the best of your knowledge, this was an isolated incident around this time?
yes,
Do you recall reviewing anything in relation to some geofence location data?
yes.
What dates did you review that in relation to?
I got those geofence warrants through October 18th into October 19th, 2019.
And again, what day was Tammy pronounced deceased?
October 19th, 2019.
Did you end up receiving responsive data in relation to the geofence?
I did.
Which specific locations did you ask for that data for October 18th to October 19th?
I did two fences, one located at 202 North, 1900 East, which is Chad and Tammy Daybell's residence. And then I did another one at 3462 Salem Highway, which is the LDS Church, just 2.6 miles south of the Daybell residence.
And with those geofence warrants, were you looking for a specific perimeter radius on those?
Yes, I did 150 meters.
And can you tell us a little bit about what data you initially got back in your request to those?
So when I requested information for data on any device coming through those through the geofences, I got a response from Google with a bunch of Google identification numbers.
What did you then do with those identification numbers? Can you talk us through that process?
So when we write a warrant like that, Google will send back the numbers that have been going through through the geofences. They don't come back with any names. And so we then had to write another warrant with those numbers to try and find out the associated name to those devices or those numbers.
Did you locate some specific numbers that you did something with?
I did.
How many numbers caught your attention in that initial response?
So the time I had the geofence warrants up, there were 4 numbers that had gone through both geofence warrants or locations.
Did you do anything to follow up on those 4 numbers?
I did.
What did you do?
I met with Detective Stubbs, who at the time worked with Rexburg PD, and he has knowledge on how the geofence works. And we went through the numbers. 2 of the numbers,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There hasn't been sufficient foundation to where this knowledge has come from. I've been somewhat patient.
Sustained.
Detective Kamanu, did you send in a second search warrant in relation to these geofence?
yes,
And did you receive responsive information?
yes,
And how many numbers did you request additional information for?
4.
And you were talking about having met with Detective Stubbs. Did Detective Stubbs initially recognize anything about those 4 numbers?
Judge, objection, that would call for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Well, I would re-ask. I think it was just going to elicit hearsay.
Did you learn anything in relation to those 4 numbers prior to getting the second return?
I did, yes.
And what did you learn?
Judge, again, it may call for hearsay.
Your Honor, this goes for why the officer did what he did next in his investigation, not for the truth of the matter.
Overruled. You can answer.
I learned that one of the numbers that had come back in my geofence warrant, Detective Stubbs already had that number, which was associated with Alex Cox on a different warrant that Detective Stubbs had wrote and got information back.
And in relation to the other three numbers, did you end up receiving responsive data on who those devices were associated with?
I did.
Did you do follow-up on that?
I got a hold of two of them. One of them I could not get a hold of.
What were you able to determine in relation to those other three numbers?
One of them lives in the Parker area, which is north of Chad Daybell's residence. And the other one lives on Trapper Lane, which is also north of the Daybell residence.
So would it have been normal for their devices to be in that area?
Yes.
In relation to the device associated with Alex Cox, what did you learn regarding that device?
The device that was associated with Alex Cox and Homer J. Maximus, and looking through the data, the night of October 18th, 2019, that device was at the Salem Church at 10:04 that night, or 10:05 p.m.
Sometime just after 10?
Correct.
Do you know how long the device showed as being located in that vicinity?
In correctional time, I believe it was 10:07 p.m. and it showed him there until 10:45 p.m.
And when we're talking about a geofence warrant, do you know what type of data they're looking at as far as placing a device there?
I believe that is off Wi-Fi and GPS.
So with the geofence, it's located there until 10:45 p.m. of October 18th, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn anything else in relation to that device as far as any later time that night?
That device shuts off or goes dormant and is no longer there. And it is later picked up at 11:53, roughly 7 miles south of the church.
Judge, could we identify what church he's talking about?
And is this the same church that you previously referenced?
Correct, the Salem Church.
And again, how far is the Salem Church from the Daybell residence?
2.6 miles.
So we know a device associated with Alex Cox is there from 10:07 to 10:45 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct,
And from there, we're not sure where the device is
correct,
until 11:53 p.m.
correct.
And at 11:53 p.m., can you remind us again where that's located?
It was located about 7 miles south of the Salem Church on Highway 20.
Through your investigation, did you learn who the last person besides Chad Daybell to see Tammy would have been?
Garth Daybell.
And through your investigation, did you learn where Garth Daybell was on the night of October 18th of 2019? October 18th of 2019?
He was at work.
Through your investigation, did you learn if he was at work all night?
I believe he got off around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Do you know where he was working?
He worked at that time, he was working at the Haunted Mill.
And what is the Haunted Mill?
It's October. The Haunted Mill is a haunted, scary attraction.
And it's seasonal.
Seasonal, yes.
When you looked at that geofence, did you get any return on a device associated with Chad Daybell?
No,
Not at either location.
no.
Did you later learn where Chad had indicated he was on October 18th into the morning hours of October 19th?
From other deputies' reports, he had told them that he had been home.
And yet no device was located in relation to Chad Daybell.
Correct.
So in your review, there's location data placing a device associated with Alex Cox near the Daybell residence on October 9th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And on the night of October 18th of 2019?
Yes.
Were you able to find any connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
No.
Were you able to determine who Alex Cox knew in that area?
At that time, no. The only person that I was aware of would be Chad Daybell.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of some emails from Charles Vallow that he'd sent to, an email that he sent to Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Did you also become aware of an email Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Do you recall what the content or what the gist of the email that he sent to Tammy was about?
The email that was sent to Tammy was on June 29th, 2019. And Charles was reaching out to her school address, email address, and telling her that he had some information about an affair going on. He didn't go into too much detail because he didn't want to explain all that over email, and left Tammy his number to have Tammy call him.
And through your investigation, were you ever able to determine whether or not Tammy Daybell had contact with Charles Vallow?
I was not able to confirm that.
And in relation to the email Charles sent to Chad Daybell, do you recall the gist or content of that?
Yes.
And what was that about?
So Charles sent on the same day an email to Chad, telling Chad that he was aware of what was going on between him and his wife, and Chad needed to tell his wife, or Charles was going to expose them. He was also aware that Lori had sent him some dance videos of her, and that was inappropriate.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether Chad and Lori were married?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I learned that they got married November 5th, 2019.
And again, Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you know when her funeral was?
October 22nd, 2019.
So just 3 days later.
Yes.
And I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Cross-examination.
Judge, would you like me to start or do you want to take a break?
Why don't you go ahead and start, and we'll take a break here in about 20 minutes or so, if that works.
Okay, I just said in chat that I have visions of Lori sending these dance videos to Chad and looking like Britney Spears just twirling. I don't know why, but I just have that in my head that she's in those mirrors at her old house where Charles was killed and just twirling. I just keep sending them to Chad. Oh, here. I really wish we could have seen those videos.
Can we have the microphone, please?
What does
Officer,
Mr.
if you would allow me to either call you Officer K, or I'm going to mispronounce your name for the next 20, 25 minutes.
That
Oh, no, let's
Officer K
hear
is
it.
okay.
Thank you. I appreciate
hear it.
that. Now, officer, you took the liberty of let me find this. Going through talking about your report about the emails between Mark Daybell and Tammy. Is that right?
Yes,
And Judge, I believe that was Exhibit 291. And if I could have 291.
Yes, we'll have the bailiff hand that to you or to the witness, Mr. Pryor,
Okay.
which
Just to me. And Judge, if I could have permission to just publish.
you may publish that.
And officer, if you could tell me the date of that email.
10/13/2019.
Okay. And then that was obviously dear Marky, that would be Tammy's son.
Yes,
Okay. And the very first sentence, it said, on Wednesday during the day, a lady pulled into the Price's driveway, grabbed their dog, drove off, right?
yes,
Then she went on to talk about what transpired about that and about where they tried to locate where the lady lived. Is that fair?
yes,
Okay, now from your investigation, were you able to determine where Regan Price lives?
yes.
Where's Regan Price live?
Regan Price lives directly south of Chad Daybell's house.
Okay, and then that would be directly east of Joe Murray's house.
Correct. Yes,
So if we have if we can visualize this, we have Chad Daybell's property. And approximately how big is Chad Daybell's property? Do you know?
not aware of that.
Okay, it's a more than an acre.
Yes,
Okay. And directly across the street from Chad Daybell's property is another house, correct?
yes,
And then kitty corner to the south and to the west would be Joe Murray, right?
yes,
And directly southeast of Chad's property would be Regan Price. Would that be fair?
yes,
Okay, so 4 houses all kitty corner from each other, and this is more of a rural setting. Would you agree with that?
yes,
And the houses are all on larger plots of property, correct?
yes,
But the houses themselves are relatively close in terms of location. Would you agree with that?
yes,
All of the houses on that particular corner, we heard on the 911, there was something about a flashing yellow light. And on that very corner, that's where all the 4 residences are located, pretty much on the corner of each of those, that intersection, right?
yes,
Okay, so relatively close together are these homes that we've established that, right?
yes,
Okay, so one of the close neighbors is this lady by the name of Regan Price, correct?
yes.
And she talked about how somebody pulled into their driveway and grabbed their dog. Do you recall when that took place?
Well, in this email, she's writing it on the 13th about the night of the attempted shooting. So I'm assuming it was on the 9th.
Okay, so if you look at the very first line to her, she's writing this on the 13th to her son, which was a short time after the paintball incident. She says on Wednesday, during the day with Reagan outside. So can we presume that it was that Wednesday of that week?
Yes,
Okay. So at that point, somebody grabbed Regan Price's dog, took off, stole the dog and disappeared, correct?
yes,
And then now she says on the same day, you look down below to the second paragraph, right? You see that?
Yep. yes,
She was coming home from clogging It was about 9:15 and she backed into the driveway. Okay, so the nose of her car was facing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
Now, what I'd like to know is, you've been out to the house, right?
yes.
And how long of a driveway is that?
The front driveway, and I haven't measured it, but maybe,
I can make it easier for you if we could do it in
Yeah.
terms of an analysis. Would you be able to park 3 cars back to back in that driveway and not have any of them sticking out into the road?
maybe 2.5 to 3, yeah.
Okay, 2.5 to 3 cars maybe,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so and from your experience as a police officer, do you know the length of what the average automobile would be?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, but if we took the size of an average automobile and we multiplied it times 2.5, that's how much space we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And if you were looking at this bench in front of us, how many cars would you say could, where the jury's sitting, how many cars could you push back to back in front of this bench?
Probably about 2.
Okay, so if we're asking about 2.5, would it be fair to say that the driveway was from the end of that bench to where this officer is?
Possibly.
Okay, so that's the length of the driveway. And at that point, from what I understand, according to this document to Mark, she was getting some items out of the back seat and realized someone was at the back of the car. So she backed her car in and someone was behind her car. That would be near the garage. Is that the way you're reading that?
Behind her car, yes.
Okay, so someone was behind her car near the garage. She looked up thinking it was Dad or Garth to help her. Nope, it was a guy dressed in black with a ski mask on, pointing a rifle at me. And she did say the word rifle, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. Then she went on to talk about that she was in shock because what do you think you were doing? Then the next line was starting with then. Would you read that next line for me?
Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top.
Okay. Now, you know what a hopper is, right?
Yes.
You've seen a hopper?
Yes.
You know a hopper is different than a rifle scope, right?
Yes.
And you know that, Judge, I'm gonna. So in any event, you know that a hopper is a little different than a rifle scope, right?
Yes.
And you know that a hopper is a large composite of some kind container, right?
It's a plastic container.
A big
Yes.
plastic container, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it would be very difficult to confuse a hopper with a rifle scope, right?
I wouldn't agree with you on that if you're
Okay.
not sure what a rifle is with a scope on it or a
Okay.
paintball gun with a hopper.
Did you happen to go over the report of Coulter Cannon?
I did.
Did you happen to go over uh, or discuss the case with Coulter Cannon?
A little bit. Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that when Coulter Cannon came up to the residence of Tammy and Chad Daybell, that he went in the house and looked at one of the Google searches that Tammy was performing prior to the police arriving? Do you remember that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Or did you happen to look at Tammy's email and searches on that computer to determine whether Tammy had looked at anything prior to the police arriving?
Not on her computer. No.
Okay. Were you aware that Officer Cannon walked up to the computer with Garth Daybell and Tammy Daybell and proceeded to look at pictures of paintball guns.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that during the Google search by Tammy Daybell, that she pointed to the actual paintball gun that she saw the gentleman holding that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, were you not aware of that because Coulter Cannon didn't include that information in his report when well, not in his first report, right? That wasn't included in his first report, was it?
I didn't read that in his report.
Right. You didn't read it in his supplemental report either when he chose to supplement the report, correct?
Correct.
Now, Judge, previously we had stipulated to the admission of Defense Exhibit 14.
Okay, has it been offered or admitted yet, Mr.
I'm
Pryor?
going to offer it now, Judge, and ask that it be admitted. It was agreed to by stipulation.
Has the state reviewed Exhibit 14?
We have, Your Honor, but if I can be reminded of exactly what it is.
It's the Google,
All right.
it's the
Counselor.
searches, yes.
Well, let's do this. I want to go ahead and that may take a moment. I think it's a logical breaking point for our mid-morning recess. So I'll have the state review the exhibit that's been offered during the break. And let's try and come back on the record here in about 25 minutes or so. So about 10:35.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. I love you guys. You guys are so funny. Who said that he has a hat and no cattle? Mr. K, because I can't call you anything else. Please, I would have loved him to try and say Kaya Kamanu. Did you know the hopper had lapidity and it needed an enema? And maybe some pills or essential oils. God, he's so painful. He's so painful. John is making me livid. He's so painful to watch. You know what? When I should count, I don't know how I could do that, but I can't even tell you how many comments I have in my videos since the jury selection. People are like, I'm out. I can't do this anymore. I'm out. Oh, well, at least we can laugh. It's 10 o'clock, 10:12 in the morning. And we have a good laugh already this morning. I cannot wait to listen to the, weird that I said that, but the 7-hour yesterday's just to get to the lapidity of it. He'd be the kind of guy that would have that. What are you doing? This is so weird. She doesn't really do this a lot. Hey, look at there. Say hi. Look, she's look. Say hi. Look. Say hi. Hi. There. Say hi. There you go. Weirdo. So we've had Detective Kaya Kamanu on the stand. He talked about Tammy Daybell this morning. We were talking about Alex Cox and his searches for the gun. Tammy Daybell and her email to her son Mark talking about, and she called it a rifle in there. And now this morning, John's like, well, that was a rifle. Hey, that's a rifle. Yesterday or 2 days ago, it wasn't a rifle. And hang on, is this cat? I don't know what's going on. She's so weird. Authorities found the rifle. Okay, yeah, they found the rifle in the searches. And then they're putting Alex Cox 4 hours before the shooting. He was there, and also he was at Sportsman Warehouse that day. And I did do a video on Alex Cox and the night Tammy Daybell died. And that's right there. This is Jada. She's very sucky. She just doesn't leave me alone ever. And okay, so what else? Yeah, hi. Hi. That's basically it so far this morning. It took, I guess, an hour and a bit to talk about that. And then John's up right now and he's talking about a whole lot of nothing, really, right now. Yeah, she's very sucky. Like she's just hi. They think they're super sneaky though. She'll go like this and like slowly go and climb on you, and she won't look at you. She thinks that I don't notice, and she'll just do that, and then she just lightly goes down. Like I can see you. Okay, you got my shirt. Now, I did wear a certain shirt this morning. Okay, Jada, you gotta get down. My Namaste shirt, but I was thinking about John Pryor and go, Namaste right here. Is it a Canadian phrase to be sucky? Yeah, it's like, yeah, like a little, I don't know, to be like a little suck. I don't know. You guys don't say that? It's kind of like, it's like a man cold. You guys know what a man cold is, right? And you know, I talked to my sons about this when he was little. I was like, oh, baby, you have a man cold. He goes, yeah, I got him. Clingy, that's the word. I got a man cold, mama. Yeah, you do. Clingy. We should do a segment on American terms and Canadian terms. We know the one term that I will never say again in a video that I thought my sister knew what she was talking about. Apparently she didn't, and I just had a terrible, terrible time. That's funny. You guys never heard that there? That's funny. Yep, Diet Coke addict, that was the one. I need to really do, maybe I should do a special edition cup. What do you think? Would you guys want the circle cup? I'll make it so it's not that obvious, but maybe I should do a special edition mug. And I'll only sell a certain amount. Oh no, he did he? That's what I used in Letitia Stokes' video over and okay, I'm gonna do a special edition one. I think that I'm gonna do one. No, everybody. I'll see what I can do. That's because as older people, my sister is 13 years older than me. And she said, she called it that. So, okay, look at Diet Coke addict. We just got to make this one comment. There's a little bit of a bare spot right there this morning. She loves my eyebrows. The circle of the seven gathers. Okay, this is the echo chamber. This is what I thought it to be. Okay? And so I used it in an entire video. Over and over again, and people are like, Linda, you can't call it that. So, okay, okay. How many cracks are in the pavement? Someone viewer says, well, how many cracks are in the pavement, Mr. K? Yes, I heard Colby and Kelsey are having a boy. Eyebrows are only supposed to be sisters, not twins. I'm a twin. My twin brother, though, has a full one unibrow. Now, what else can we do? So we have, okay, Alex's searches, Tammy's email to Mark, the timing of where Alex was up until 11:47 p.m. at Chad's house, and then at 11:53 his phone puts him south at Salem Church, the LDS church. And then I feel like that was the same night he went to a hotel, but I can't remember now because there's a lot. Oh, yes, and Garth. Let me write that down on my other page because I'm doing 7,000 pages. We have Garth too, where they talked about he was working at a haunted mill, which was a seasonal job, and he worked until 1 o'clock in the morning. 7 miles south, yes, of the church at 11. I have at 11:53. I have it from 10:07 to 11:47 at the house, and 11:53 he was at 7 miles south of Salem Church. That's what I have. I I could have written that down wrong, but 11:47 I have there at the house until then, and then 11:53. But I will have that in the video that I posted. And Garth worked until 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, there we go. At the church from 10 to I'm gonna have to relook because I have 11:47 and then 11:53 down south of Salem Church. Garth was said to have been working until 1 o'clock in the morning. And then remember, at 6 o'clock was the 911 call. Garth and Chad phoned 911. Chad asked Garth to come into the room. Garth helped Chad pick Tammy off the floor and onto the bed. Okay, phone off from 10:47 till it came back on at 11:53. Yeah, I don't think she died at 10:47 and 11:53 in my opinion, but it would be interesting to see some other points that came out about Garth. Did other points yesterday, did they talk about Garth very much? I would like to know that. Estimated time of death from it changed. The first time it was around 2 o'clock in the morning. And then the second time, I believe it was from 12 to 2 or 12:30 to 2. It changed. My email, it's a crime and a shame at gmail.com. The coroner only mentioned that Garth appeared to be shocked yet unemotional. Okay. There's 4 out of 5 of the kids that are going to be called up, is my understanding. I don't know who, though. Okay, Brenda said yesterday the estimated time had been deceased when she got there was between 5 and 6 hours. So that would put it at between 12 and 1. So you see, the very, very first thing that came out was around 2 a.m. And now that, or then in Lori's, it changed between 12:30 and 2, I believe it was. So I guess the question is, do you think Chad's the one who did it, or was it Alex that helped? The interesting thing to me is about the bruises. And the bruises were on her arms and her chest and her neck. So, and both sides of her arms and both arms. So my question would have been, if somebody was killing her, was somebody else pinning her down? So do you think it was both Chad and Alex, do you think it was only one of them who did it? Do you think it was both? Now, Chad's manipulative, as we know, and he would have called Garth to come in. Garth, come quick, come quick. And then he's pointing to Tammy on the ground and getting him to help. So he wanted him to witness that, right? Now imagine that for Garth. But if you guys watch my video on Alex in detail, because I detail timeline it, and then I also have Chad's in detail, you can watch it together, right? One after another, and then see what you think, because there's going to be little details that I'm not bringing up right now, obviously. I'm glad to be back too. Thank you for joining me and hanging out with me today. There's so many details. Yeah, I did it little by little, each point to show. Coroner said they were old bruises. So now there's conflicting information because before it was old and new bruises, but now it's old bruises. Detectives said she came home from clogging class before being shot at. 911 call was 6 a.m. Just after 6. Who has been on the stand today? Detective Kaya Kamanu. There we go. Coroner said she thought they were old, but autopsy AME determined they were fresh. Yeah, there's so many conflicting things, isn't there? You guys didn't like her testimony yesterday, hey? That's right, because she had her frozen TV dinner in her hand. She said she almost felt like smacking him with her frozen TV dinner. She was taking the groceries out of the car. Surprise, surprise that Chad lied. I don't think it's conflicting. It's just a difference from first appearance and deeper investigation. Okay. She was returning from a Relief Society event when they had made meals to take home. I remember reading her Facebook post. I don't remember the details of that. It's been a while. This, but I love this. If she was full of food, then she did not vomit. Right? Her stomach was full, and he said she vomited around midnight. If he lied about that, jurors can believe he lied about the rest of the night. Well, already he got that lie. But remember, Chad said something like, Garth was with me. He can attest to that. I have her face.
All rise.
Oh,
It's the court to get a session.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We'll have the jurors return to the courtroom, please. Perhaps while we're having the jurors brought in, let's do go on the record, CR 22211623. There was a question on Exhibit 14 and whether or not that would be admitted by stipulation. Did council resolve that?
Your Honor, I have had a chance to review that, and it is data recovered. It's a report referencing data recovered from Tammy Daybell's phone, and the contents of her phone were stipulated to. So we wouldn't have an objection.
Okay, so we'll just go ahead and admit Exhibit 14 once the jurors return, so they hear that.
Judge, I have a picture as well, and the state has a picture of their own. I guess we're gonna play dueling pictures. Mine, I'd like to mark as 14A. I don't know what the state would like to have theirs marked as.
Yes, it was the photo that Mr. Pryor showed us and then didn't actually move for admission of because we hadn't seen it before today. We would not object to the admission of that photo.
Can you use the microphone, please? We just got to get the record of this, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I also just saw their picture today, so I will stipulate to the admission of their picture as well. But mine is 14A if the bailiff wants to.
All right. Are you requesting that the bailiff retrieve that exhibit so it can be marked?
So it can be marked and accepted, Judge, as 14A.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. And we can have the jurors brought in once they're ready.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. The jurors have returned and are properly seated. I'll note the parties were able to review those exhibits and have offered, and at this time the court will admit Defense Exhibit 14 as well as Defendant's Exhibit 14A, both admitted. You can continue with the cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, if we could put the monitor back up with what I was discussing, which I believe was Exhibit 291. Now, officer, prior to taking our break, I think I was talking about the third paragraph down. And would you do me a favor and read the first two sentences of that?
Are you referring to the one where it says?
I think.
Okay. I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, what do you think you were doing? Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top.
Then the next line says, the guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. He stayed there standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I just kept asking him what he thought he was doing. Now, she did say in the sentence, just pointing the gun at me. And we don't know whether she meant a gun or whether she meant paintball, correct? Because she identified it as a paintball, but she did use the gun on that sentence, correct?
Yes.
But we don't know whether that was a mistake or whether she just decided not to type the word paintball in, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Then I just asked him at what point I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door and he didn't step toward me or even say anything. Okay. Okay. So from what I understand, when she was backing up, then the front of the door is really right next to the garage, right?
If I remember right, yes, it's a little sidewalk up to the garage or
Yeah.
to the main door.
And that sidewalk's probably less than 5 feet, correct?
I didn't testify to that.
It's a short sidewalk.
Okay.
Though. Well,
I-
not okay. Do you
I can't testify to that.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's adding facts, not in evidence.
That's sustained. And in addition, please don't talk at the same time as each other. Mr. Pryor, wait for a concluded answer before you ask a new question.
Would you agree that it's a short sidewalk from the gate into the yard to the front door?
It is a short sidewalk, but I can't testify to how long it is.
Okay, that's okay. Now, from this description, this person was standing between the door and the garage at the very back of Tammy's where Tammy's car was backed in, correct?
Yes,
So in other words, that was something that was at relatively close range. Would you agree with me?
yes,
And in that sense, being at such close range, you'd probably get a pretty good look at what type of instrument was being pointed at you. Would you agree with me in that regard?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Would you agree with me in that regard? When it's something that close to you and you're looking at it, you'd be reasonably certain about what you're looking at, correct?
it was in the daylight.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we can all agree that the manufacturers of paintball guns make them in various shapes and sizes, correct?
Yes,
And the manufacturers of these guns get some benefit by making some of these guns look similar to weapons, right? Real weapons.
yes,
And they can make them quite authentic at times, correct?
they can be, yes.
Right. But there is one thing that distinguishes a paintball gun between a real gun, and that is a hopper, correct?
Like you just mentioned before, the manufacturers are coming out with new guns. So yes, a hopper is one, but there's many other ways that paintballs can fit into a rifle without a hopper.
Okay. Okay. So in other words, unless we actually had this weapon in hand, we really don't know which one it is. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. Now, please correct me if I'm making a mistake, but without a suppressor, a AR-15 is a very, very loud gun, isn't it?
yes,
And even with a suppressor, an AR-15 is not silent. It still makes a pretty loud noise, doesn't it?
it depends what kind of ammunition you're using.
Okay. Well, what kind of ammunition was in this gun?
That I don't know.
Well, you don't even know if it was a gun, do you?
I know it was a paintball gun or a rifle that she referred to.
Okay. Okay. But depending on the ammunition, there's still going to be a loud noise, right?
Are you asking with the suppressor on or off?
With the suppressor on, there's still going to be a noise, right?
There will be a noise, but not as loud depending on what
Okay.
ammunition you're using.
Okay. And when you're just several feet from the front door of a house with Garth Daybell and Chad Daybell inside the house, you would think they would have heard a gun if even with a suppressor, you think they would have heard the rifle shoot, right?
Again, it depends on what ammunition is being
Okay.
shot through the gun.
But what we do know and what we're certain of is that when a paintball gun is shot, they can't change the fact that there's a whooshing noise, can they?
There's a popping noise with the clicking,
And a whooshing noise.
whooshing and popping.
Right. Okay. Okay. So when Tammy Daybell in this report talks about the whooshing noise that she heard, sounds like she's describing the whooshing noise from a paintball gun.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Did it sound from this email that Tammy Daybell's describing the whooshing noise of a paintball gun?
She said she heard a clicking and whooshing.
Okay. Okay. Now, we move further down and we talk about where it says the thought crossed my mind to hit him with my clogging shoes. Looked toward the house and yelled, Chad. They ran off around the north side of the house. You see that?
Yes,
Got Dad and Garth. They looked outside, couldn't find them, called the police, reported it. Then she uses the term, they suspect it was a bipolar teenager who lives down the street and walks around a lot, but Matt Price has an even better theory, right?
yes,
Okay. So it's really unclear who they say they suspect it was a bipolar teenager. They don't know if we're talking about the police told them or whether it was Chad and Garth said it was a bipolar teenager. Is that fair?
that's fair.
Okay. So when Officer Coulter was on the stand, I had spoken to him about the fact that in his report, he didn't mention anything about a bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood harassing people. Were you aware of that at the time of this offense?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of the fact that there was a bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood? Maybe I want to be careful with my words, contacting the people in these neighborhoods?
I was not.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not you ever discussed that with Officer Coulter?
I can't recall if I did or not.
Okay. Did you discuss that with any of the other officers who were there at the time of this paintball incident about this bipolar teenager?
I did not.
Okay. Then we go on and we talk about his theory and his theory is that the crazy dog lady brought her husband back to steal the dog again. They had parked on the road and had snuck through the cow fields and he was going to cut through our front yard. So that's a couple of things. Park down the road, cut through the cow fields. Is that the Daybell's cow fields?
I can't testify if that's what she's referring to, because
Okay.
there are a couple others out there.
Yeah, but there are cow fields next door to the Daybells. The Daybells have a pasture behind their property as well, correct?
Yes,
And then they said they were going to cut through our front yard. So that would mean Chad and Tammy's front yard, correct?
yes.
When I pulled up and startled him, he didn't know what to do. So he panicked and tried to menace me with his not real gun. So at that point, she's pretty clear that she knows it's a not real gun. Would you disagree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Tammy knew.
She's not an
Signed.
expert in guns.
Well, she put in a,
Objection, Your Honor, narrative.
Yeah, Mr. Pryor, I ruled on it.
Okay.
So ask a different question.
so after the line that says it was a not real gun and then ran off back across the field, which would explain why he ran across the side of the house. I never heard a car and we couldn't find anywhere. You see that?
Yes,
And then she wrote, it's actually a pretty good theory. You see that?
yes.
Did you guys interview Regan Price?
We spoke with Regan Price, yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Matt Price?
Yes,
Okay. And did they confirm the fact that someone stole their dog around the close in time to this occurrence?
I'd have to go back to my report. I know we spoke with them after this incident, quite a ways after this.
Okay. But you do know that this incident with the dog, I believe it occurred on the same day that the paintball gun took place. Is that right?
Yes,
And the issues about the bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood, that was close in time as well, correct?
that was Matt's theory, yes.
Okay. And then finally, honestly, would you read the word honestly down to the end of the paragraph?
Honestly, I just kept wondering what kind of person walks around with a ski mask on, carrying an empty paintball gun. Bipolar doesn't mean you want to hurt people, so I'm leaning more towards Matt's theory. The guy didn't try to rob me or even really hurt me. On Thursday night, though, I didn't go to Zumba because I quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
So in this particular incident, it's saying that I'm leaning towards Matt's theory. The guy didn't try to rob me, or the guy didn't try to hurt me. So she wasn't threatened by someone holding a paintball gun like a rifle, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation and mischaracterizes this email.
Sustained.
And Judge, I need to go back to I'd like to go back to 232B and I'd like to republish that for the jury, Judge.
All right, we'll have the bailiff provide that to you, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, if we could just wait till I get it brought up. I think I'm ready, Judge. Let's hope.
All right, you may.
Minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. Okay. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was north 1900. Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. Okay. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So. But nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Tammy Daybell. Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now. Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lived diagonal from us that called you guys already. Oh. But we just wanted to make sure it got reported. So, let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name? Joseph Murray. Okay. Yep, it was him. Okay. So, all right. I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
At some point, Judge, I'm also going to need 232.
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm also going to need 232A at some point, but I'd like to discuss 232B. You listened carefully to the 911 call from Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, she said paintball a number of times during that 911 call, correct?
Couple times, yes.
And then at the end, she said, holding the gun like he was holding a rifle. She never said he was holding a rifle, did she?
I think you just stated it. He was holding a gun like the rifle.
She never said she was holding a rifle, did she?
Objection, Your Honor. The audio speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Okay. There was no discussion about uh, um, a specific rifle. Was it not the manner in which the gun was being held? That was what we heard?
There's no specific rifle that she named, no.
Okay,
There was no specific rifle that she named.
okay. Well, she didn't even say it was a rifle, did she?
She said a gun and a rifle.
Well, she said a gun holding like a rifle. Isn't that what she said?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, the audio speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Judge, I should be allowed to go into whether or not the manner in which,
Then replay that section, Mr. Pryor,
Okay.
if you want to make it clear, but to just keep
Okay.
asking on the audio we just listened to is improper.
bailiff, could I have 232 again, please? I think I want A. Thank you. So Judge, again, we'll ask to publish 232A again.
I believe we just published 232B.
Backwards, excuse me.
Okay.
I apologize. I think I'm ready, Judge.
Go ahead.
20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. Okay. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900 East? Yes. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. Okay. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So. But nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Tammy Daybell. Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now. Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lived diagonal from us that called you guys already. Oh. But we just wanted to make sure it got reported. So let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name? Joseph Murray. Okay. Yep, it was him. Okay. So, all right. I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
So we can agree then that the 911 call would speak for itself, right?
Correct, having a rifle and shooting at her.
Having a rifle and shooting at her.
having a rifle and pointing at her.
Is that what you heard?
Yes,
Okay, but I guess we can let the jury make a determination about what they heard, right?
yes.
Now, we previously talked to, and Judge, I'm going to ask to publish 14A.
All right, do you have that with you?
I do, and it's already been admitted and accepted.
Okay, 14A may be published.
Now, officer, you're looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 14A, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, there's a big black round thing on the top of that gun. Do you know what that is?
that's a hopper.
Okay, and it's pretty distinct, right?
Yes,
Pretty clear to identify that it's a hopper on the top of a paintball gun, correct?
yes,
So if someone is in a situation where they're looking at something and they're clearly able to determine that there's a hopper on the gun, this would be a situation where they'd be able to clearly see that there's a hopper, correct?
if they're clearly able to see that, then
Right.
yes.
Okay. So if someone through their testimony talks about being able to clearly see that there's a hopper on a gun, that's a distinguishing fact, that's a distinguishing feature of a paintball gun. Is that correct?
If they clearly see it, yes.
Yeah, and if they're able to identify the fact that a particular paintball gun has a hopper and they can identify the hopper, it's obviously, they saw a hopper, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
But you spoke about it a little earlier where you said, they're now designing paintball guns that look like rifles.
Yes,
And they're being very creative in doing that, correct?
yes,
In fact, I would suggest to you that there are instances where people have manufactured paintball guns to make the scopes on a gun look like a hopper. Correct?
are you suggesting that to me
Yeah,
or asking?
Yeah, I'm suggesting that, asking you that.
Possibly,
Possibly. Okay. So if that were one of those special guns where they created a gun that had something on it that looked like a scope, someone could confuse the difference between a scope and a hopper, right?
yes,
But if someone specifically says they saw a hopper on a gun, there's no,
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to call for speculation.
Sustained.
clearly that was a picture of a hopper on the gun, right?
during the day, yes.
Yeah, and you're able to distinguish that very clearly, right?
In the daylight, yes.
Oh, you telling me that there's a difference? You wouldn't be able to tell that in the night on the back of a porch with a light on?
Objection,
Oh.
Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained. And strike the answer.
Are you aware of that there are lights on the front of the garage of the Daybell residence?
I was aware on that last call you played that Tammy Daybell said it was dark outside.
Right. But you didn't hear anything about the fact that there were lights out there or that the garage and the driveway was illuminated, right?
I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. I didn't know if I heard an objection or not, Judge, to that.
Withdrawn.
Go ahead.
But you did note that she identified it as a paintball gun, didn't she?
She used that with the rifle and gun.
Okay. And whooshing sound, right?
Correct.
Now, Judge, I believe that Exhibit 16 was previously admitted. If I could have the bailiff bring me Exhibit 16.
The bailiff would probably sure like to bring you Exhibit 16 and put it somewhere where perhaps it's not on the desk.
And Judge, if I could just have a moment, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, while he takes his soliloquy moment or lack of soliloquy moment, what about the stark moment of fear? And how about Tammy Daybell is not an expert in guns. And when you have something pointed at your face, do you really know what kind of gun it is? And did she know about guns? And you're also in fear?
Now, Officer, are you aware as part of your investigation that Tammy Daybell sent out a Facebook posting to what she described as the Friends of the Salem Ward? Do you recall looking at something like that?
I remember she sent something out on that, yes.
Okay, okay. You don't have a recollection of what it said though, probably, correct?
Not exactly.
And Judge, could we publish Exhibit 16?
You may.
I have it ready to go, Judge, whenever the clerk is ready. Okay, I don't know if I can expand that or not, Judge. No. Are you able to read that, officer, on your monitor?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Would you read that email for me?
Something really weird just happened, and I want you to know so you can watch out. Had gone home and parked him out in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask was suddenly standing by the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, you can stop there. So again, and this email that you said you reviewed was to the Friends of the Salem Third Ward. Do you know what the Salem Third Ward is?
Are you referring to the Facebook or the email?
The Facebook here that was sent out.
Okay. I'm not just a church ward,
Okay,
the Salem Third Ward.
okay. You've heard of that before? You've heard
Yes.
of the Salem Third Ward before?
Well, I'm assuming it's their church they go to out that way.
Okay, you don't know how large of a ward that is or how many members they communicate to, right?
I don't.
Okay, but you do know that she got on there at this point and discussed the incident that took place, correct?
Yes.
And did she ever use the term rifle in this Facebook posting?
No.
Did she ever use the word gun?
No.
But she did use the word paintball gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Judge, I'm done with that. Thank you.
So soon, John? You don't have more in you this morning? To keep going on and on and on.
And Judge, I have,
He's not done. It's going to take 60 days of trial, not 50, not 40, 60.
if I could just have a minute again, Judge, I apologize.
It's fine.
And the judge is getting ticked. He's just like, OMG, shut the heck up. And all he's probably thinking about is, I'm going home. I'm going to have a glass of whiskey or bourbon. That's what I'm going to do. Sorry, you said you were done. Sit down and shut up. We're going to be here forever. It is going to be the trial that never ends.
Now, Judge, I need the court to advise whether or not Exhibit 15 has been admitted or offered for admission.
We'll check.
Um,
No.
Let's get this straight.
And I guess I have to pull this out and Judge ask that the court, I think this is by stipulation of the parties. Exhibit 15 has been stipulated by the parties to be admitted, and I'd ask it to be marked and accepted with the court, Exhibit 15.
John needs.
All right, I'll confirm with the state.
make his statements more concise, please? And
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that this is a segment of the data recovered from Tammy Daybell's phone, and the contents of her phone have been stipulated to.
Okay, so exhibit 15 is offered and will be admitted.
How about paintball gun happened on October 9th. 10 days later, Tammy dies. 16 days later, Chad marries his mistress. Do we really care what kind of a gun it is at this point? No, we don't. Tammy's dead. Chad's an idiot. And John Pryor wants you to focus so much on this stupid paintball gun.
Now, before I go into Exhibit 15, Officer, you discussed that you did a lot of discovery and looking at what was the term you used? What?
Geofencing?
Geofencing. And when you're looking at phone records and emails and Facebook postings, sometimes there's a reference after the time that indicates the letters UTC. Are you familiar with what UTC means?
I've heard the term, I'm trying to think, I believe it's a couple hours off of certain time zones.
Okay. And are you aware that in Idaho, it's a universal time zone equation that they put together, right? So that the whole world is on the same time zone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Right. And are you aware that Idaho is when there's a UTC, you have to actually subtract 6 hours from the time that's noted on a UTC. Does that sound about right?
I know you had to subtract, I'm not sure if it's 6 hours, but yes, I do know you had to subtract some hours.
Do you have any reason to believe that it's not 6 hours?
No?
Okay, okay. Now, I'd like to go back to the call from Tammy Daybell, and if you don't remember, it's fine. But the call to 911, do you recall what time that call was made? Is
I
there
know-
some kind of report you could refresh your recollection with quickly?
Well, I know there was two that came in, one from Joseph Ryan and Tammy. I believe hers was around 9:41.
Okay. Okay, and then hers was 9:41
I believe so.
or 9:51, somewhere in there.
I'm not 100% sure on that, so I guess I can't testify truly on that.
Okay, okay, but it was clearly after 9:30 though.
Objection, Your Honor. The officer just said he couldn't testify to that.
Sustained.
Okay, okay. Judge, I'd like to put up Exhibit 15 for publication.
You may publish.
I'm ready, Judge, whenever the clerk is. I'm showing it, Judge. I'm not sure what.
All right, we'll see if we could get someone to maybe take a look at.
Oh, I think we're there.
Okay.
I just had to wiggle a little. I had to wiggle the cords a little bit. Okay, so can you see that from your screen, officer?
Yes.
Okay. And I would represent to you that this was off of Tammy Daybell's account, stipulated by the parties as a retrieval of her Google searches. Can you read the very first one?
Search for a paintball gun,
Okay, and
paintball
then
guns.
we talked about the UTC and well, I guess I suggested it was 6 hours. You didn't really specify, but would you read the date of when that was done, that Google search was done?
October 10th, 2019.
Okay, October 10th, 2019. And the time on that, the UTC time would be what?
If it is 6 hours, it would be 9:29,
On the 18th.
correct?
Okay.
On the 10th.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. All right. So the day that this incident took place was what?
October 9th.
Okay. And the UTC, if it goes back 6 hours from AM at 3:29 AM on the 10th, going back 6 hours, wouldn't that put us at 9:30 on the 9th?
Yes.
Okay, so at well, actually, let's
Well-
be clear, 9:29 on the 9th, right?
Yes,
Okay, so at 9:29 on the 9th of October, there was a Google search by Tammy Daybell searching out paintball guns, correct?
correct.
Now, I don't remember seeing a discussion with Officer Coulter in his, I guess it was his second report, where he talked about that Tammy Daybell did a Google search on paintball guns.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying.
Did you see that?
Wait. Objection pending, it's sustained.
Did you see a reference in Officer Coulter's second report about Google searches at 9:29 on the 9th of October?
No,
Okay, well. Your previous testimony was that Tammy Daybell made a 911 call sometime 9:41 is what you recalled. But the Google search occurred at 9:29. Is that what you see?
yes,
So what we can gather from that is that Tammy Daybell, after this incident, did a search of paintball guns and then 10 minutes later called 911, right?
yes.
Okay, do you remember what the date of the Facebook posting was when she posted that Facebook?
I do not recall that date.
Okay, and then let's move down a little bit. The next one.
Search for an airsoft guns,
Okay. And again, the time.
October 10th, 2019 at 3:29.
So basically, if we go back to UTC time, we're back at around 9:30 again, right?
Yes,
So her Google searches at that point, and just for everybody's edification, we don't need to go down the other ones because they're not relevant to this, but the first two, the first one was a paintball gun search at 9:29, right?
yes,
Then she looked for an airsoft gun search at 9:29, right?
yes.
Did she ever look for a rifle?
She did not.
Did she ever look at any other shotgun?
She did not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Nobody was there from your agency at the time of this incident with Tammy Daybell and this person. Is that correct? That she was allegedly shot at,
We responded to that.
but nobody was
Yeah.
there when it occurred.
Correct.
And in fact, Chad wasn't there either, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you know from the report that Tammy talked about Chad and Garth coming out afterwards, correct?
Yes,
And there's no indication at the time of this occurrence that there was anybody other than a masked man and Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
and in Tammy's email, Chad and Garth.
Well, Chad and Garth were inside the house, right?
Yes,
Okay. So at the time of this alleged shooting, the two people would be a masked man and Tammy Daybell. Would that be fair?
outside of the residence, yes.
Okay. So the best person to determine what type of instrument this was would be one of the people who was there at the time, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Your Honor, may I voir dire nave objection?
Well, just the way that question was phrased, I'm overruling that. It was just of the two. Go ahead and re-ask the question, Mr. Pryor.
The best person to determine what type of instrument that was would have been Tammy Daybell, correct?
One of the
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds,
It calls for speculation. May I voir dire native objection?
go ahead.
Detective Kamanu, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with Tammy Daybell?
No,
Did you ever determine her knowledge of firearms?
no,
Do you know her experience with paintball guns?
no,
Do you know her experience with firearms?
no,
So do you know if she'd be able to tell the difference?
No.
Your Honor, I'd object to that. It calls for speculation.
All right, well, I am going to overrule it on the speculation objection, but of course she'll be able to redirect Ms. Blake.
Yeah. So again, you actually corrected me. There are two people there that would know what type of instrument that would do. Two people that would be the best people to identify what kind of instrument, correct?
Correct. One of the two.
Yeah, the person in the ski mask would be one. We don't know who that was, right?
Correct.
And Tammy Daybell.
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. Officer, or Judge, I'd like to now go through on the Elmo Exhibit 107, if I could.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll allow that to be published. It's already been admitted.
And obviously, during your talk with the prosecuting attorney, this has already been admitted, and you went through that. You recall that, right?
Yes.
Now, as part of your examination, you provided records from Fremont County Sportsman's Club, right?
Yes.
And you did the start date of sometime of 10/16, is that right? Is that what you recall?
The start date of,
Of when the documents that you provided to the prosecuting attorney. The first entry on there, it looks to be about 10/16. Am I mistaken?
I'd have to relook at those.
Okay, Judge, could we show this to the witness to refresh his recollection? When you're done, just hand it back. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
And Your Honor, may the state know what's being shown to the witness?
Which exhibit did you just
It's
reference?
their exhibit of the entries to the visits to the Sportsman's, I don't want to misstate the name of the organization, the Sportsman's Gun Club.
Thank you.
That is exhibit 390A. I'm sorry, 396A.
Okay, and if I could have that back. Now I'm looking at this exhibit and it appears that it starts on 10/16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, now, did you happen to take the time to look at the entries prior to that time?
Prior to 10/16, yes.
You did.
Yes.
And Alex Cox arrived in Idaho from what you learned from your investigation about when?
On the 1st of September.
So on the 1st of September, so after arriving, as part of your investigation, what did you discover from September 1st to October 15th in terms of the number of times that Alex Cox visited the gun range?
Give those dates one more time.
September 1st we'll just make it October 15th.
So Alex Cox, from my knowledge, was at the gun range in St. Anthony from October 7th to the 16th.
Okay. And you don't have any entries of him being there in September?
Not at the Fremont County gun range, no.
Do you have him at any other gun range in the month of September?
I believe there were some in Rexburg, Idaho.
Okay. And when you say some, that would indicate that there were more than 2 or 3. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So he'd had a habit. You also had an opportunity to review the searches of Alex Cox on his computer as well, correct?
I don't believe on his computer.
You
no.
didn't review any of that?
I reviewed some of the Homer J. Maximus. I'm not sure if that was off of his computer or not.
Okay. But as part of the Homer J. Maximus, are you aware that Alex Cox had been looking at weapons as early as 2017?
I was not aware of that early, no.
Okay. Well, how early were you aware of when he was looking at weapons?
September, October of 2019.
And that's because that's when you went, that was your reference point. September 1st is when you started your reference point, right?
What I looked at, yes.
Yeah. So you didn't really go back and look at all of the searches that Alex Cox conducted prior to September of 2019, right?
I did not.
Okay. Okay. But you are aware that Alex Cox has a history of engaging in the use of guns or other weapons on folks, right?
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Are you aware, and I'll rephrase that, you're aware of the situation regarding Brandon Boudreaux, right?
Yes,
And you're aware that it's alleged that Alex Cox at a long distance shot at Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you're aware of Charles Vallow, correct?
yes,
And you're aware that Alex Cox took a gun and at close range murdered Charles Vallow, correct?
yes,
And you're also aware that in both of those instances, Chad Daybell has not been criminally implicated in either of those cases. Is that correct?
yes,
And Chad Daybell has not been charged in either of those cases. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other instances where Alex Cox engaged in conduct towards other people with the use of any kind of a weapon?
Of a firearm?
Any kind of a weapon?
I know that there was an incident with Lori's.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
This is getting ridiculous. You can even hear the detective going like, "Oh my, like I can't anymore." 9:34 a.m. 2 hours ago, we got into this. We're talking for 2 freaking hours about the bloody paintball gun. And then all this other stuff. Honest to God, this isn't ending in mid-June. We're going to August 1st. We're going to go to August 1st, which is Lori Daybell's trial. I'm pretty convinced we're never going to be done this ever. This is crazy. I'm glad Lindsay brought it up. Like, was she an expert? And maybe they wanted John to look like an idiot for a while before she brings it on home. But holy man, this is ridiculous. This is like this never going to stop. It's never going to stop. If we have to listen to another 2 hours of the same topic, John, wrap it up. I don't know what to say anymore. You can't do it. I can't do it. Thank God you guys are with me here. I cooked for my kids, cleaned my house, left on foot to the supermarket, and did a whole big food shop. Now home and cooking again, and tomato is still droning on. I should have got my laundry and folded it. Be a little more productive than John's mouth. Holy man. I can't do it. I can't. Thank God you guys are with me, because how are we going to do this? We're only on day 11. We got 39 possibly to go, maybe more. How are we going to do this? I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Imagine having to work with him all year. Never mind, we're counting 39 days. We got to put an emoji of him. Holy man. Cricket says, why is Pryor treating every witness like they're criminal? Most of these people are just doing their jobs. I know. He's trying to mess anybody up he can because he has to chuck the spaghetti at the wall. He has to do whatever he can. Quite frankly. I wonder what the jurors think. And especially, I want to know the male jurors, because I can remember one guy who's on the jury that he was dishing it back to John. I wonder what he's thinking. Yeah, let's go to the timeline. October 9th. The attempt was made, whether it was a paintball gun or not. Hey, John, go to the paintball gun range. You do a demonstration of having a paintball gun in your face and shot. See how it feels. Remember that, even though it didn't happen to her, but let's just talk about that. So October 9th, and then you have Chad calling her a zombie. He's going around and has his little floozy mistress and makes up a bunch of lies. She dies on October 19th, has a quickie funeral, and marries his mistress. Let's see. We're going to sit for 4 hours and talk about a stupid paintball gun that Tammy, respectfully, quite possibly didn't have any expertise on. Okay? But let's talk about what Chad didn't do. Did Chad come to her rescue? No, he did not. Did Chad help call 911? No, he did not. Was Chad disappointed that Tammy died? Yes, he was. But she didn't die that night. God, I can't. Today I can't. See what happens? Yesterday I wasn't in court. Now today I'm extra spicy. Can't do it. I hope today that we hear a little spiciness from Judge Boyce, and he just tells him, like, you know what, John, enough. I can't do it anymore. We're gonna have to woo-saw it out, you guys. Woo-saw.
All right, thank you, counsel. We took up a evidentiary ruling outside the presence of the jurors. Mr. Pryor, you may continue with your cross-examination.
So we talked a little bit about the fact that you're aware that Alex visited the gun range in September of 2019, right?
Yes,
You're not aware of whether he had visited or went to any gun ranges when he was living in Arizona 6 months prior. You didn't look into that. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, officer, on your, this will be tricky. On your Homer J. Maximus, you talked about a number of searches and you recall that, correct?
Yes,
Oops, Judge, this is the Elmo. I'm sorry.
And what is it you're publishing?
Uh,
Okay. This is part of Exhibit 107B.
And this talked a little bit about the gun and the distance and everything else, correct?
yes,
And what I'm wondering about is that the first one that says the Grendel drop 100 to 200 yards, correct?
yes,
Okay, now Tammy Daybell's driveway, and you described it as the distance between the end of the desk there and towards this first section here, correct?
yes,
And for a clear record, we're 30 to 40 feet.
sure.
Okay. Now, if we do math and look at 100 yards, how many feet is 100 yards? Do you know?
Well, there's,
I can help if you'd
Yeah.
like.
yeah, help me out.
Yeah, me too. I had to look at, no, I didn't have to look it up. It's 3 feet per yard.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I know you weren't, that's not fair. It's 3 feet per yard. Okay, you know
Yes.
that, right? So if we're looking at a Grendel drop, we start at 300 feet, right?
Okay.
And then if we go to 200 yards, we go to 600 feet. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Now, none of those feet distances really apply to Tammy Daybell's driveway, right?
not her driveway.
Okay. And then the 100 yards to 300 yards is the same thing, 300 feet to 900 feet, correct?
Yes,
So obviously what he was looking at this point is the distance on how to put a rifle and the amount of drop after you shoot it, that the bullet drops after a certain distance, right?
yes.
And when was this in October?
This was searched October 8th.
Okay. And, when I looked at this, I was curious, is there any indication that Alex Cox purchased a big game hunting license in October?
That I am unaware of.
Okay. And would you agree with me that October is also hunting season for various big game?
It is hunting season, yes.
Okay. And then he looked at, and you could use a Grendel for a hunting gun, is that correct?
You could, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and if you were to purchase pants and just trying to just conceal yourself while you were out hunting, it wouldn't be inappropriate to buy different various suits to conceal yourself. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. Oops. I'm grateful to whoever put the tape up there. And then we go to October 10th. How to prepare your AR for cold weather. Now, if you're out shooting and you're out hunting, and I'm not suggesting we use an AR for hunting, but in October, when you're out hunting, that's a cold time to go hunting, isn't it?
yes, it could be cold.
Okay. Okay. And then we talked a little bit about the ghillie suit, and potentially that could be something that could be used as a hunting outfit when you are out in the game hunting, right?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. Well, you can buy those at Sportsman's Warehouse or Cabela's or any of those stores, right?
Yes,
You looked into that, and that's where you get them, right?
you can, yes.
Yeah, Sportsman stores for outdoor activities in October, right? Right?
Yes, you can buy them there.
Okay, okay. Okay. Now, what we did is then we looked at a FBI simulation of shooting a 5.56 through car doors and walls. And a 5.56 is a type of a bullet, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that's a specific bullet. And what it appears is there was a search to see what kind of a bullet would go through car doors and walls, correct?
yes,
And then you would also see what kind of caliber under that would penetrate a windshield, correct?
yes,
Now, we know that the allegations about Alex Cox is that he took a shot at Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
yes,
And in relation to Lori Vallow, Brandon Boudreaux was Lori Vallow's, no, Melanie Pulowski was Lori Vallow's niece, right?
yes,
And she was married to Brandon Boudreaux.
yes,
So Brandon Boudreaux was the male spouse of Alex Cox's niece, Melanie Pulowski, right? Correct?
yes,
Okay. So Alex Cox took a shot at the male member of the relationship between Melanie, Lori's family, and the male, right?
yes,
And then Alex Cox murdered husband number 4 by taking a gun and shooting him at close range. And that was Lori Vallow's husband number 4, correct?
I'm not sure what husband it was.
Okay. Well, she's had
But-
5, right?
Okay,
Well, do you know that?
I'm not 100% sure on how.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. So, but we do know that Alex Cox is accused of murdering Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, when I go down, you testified that Chad Daybell Well, before we get that, it would seem that, would you agree with me that it would seem that the searches here, the Google searches would suggest that Alex Cox is looking at shooting at some sort of a Dodge Dakota vehicle. Would you agree with me?
Yes,
And it looks like it wasn't for target practice. It was to do some harm, correct?
I don't know what his intent was, but it's not target practice, I would
Right.
say.
Well, it wouldn't be target practice if you're trying to penetrate a windshield, is it?
No,
And it isn't target practice if you're asking how thick is the 22 gauge steel on a Dodge Dakota, right?
no,
So apparently, what Alex Cox had in mind was to do some harm for whoever is driving a Dodge Dakota, correct?
yes,
Are you aware that Chad Daybell was the one driving the Dodge Dakota?
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stand.
Are you aware of the two vehicles that Chad and Tammy Daybell owned?
I'm aware of a Dodge Dakota that was registered to both of them.
Right. But you don't have any specific information about whether or not it was Chad who was the primary driver of the Dodge Dakota, right?
I don't have any facts that he was the primary driver, no.
Okay, okay.
Bueller.
Now, as part of your investigation, you talked a little bit about phone records, right? I'm sorry, phone records, Alex's records in terms of his location, right?
On Homer J. Maximus device.
Okay,
yes.
and you looked at that. What was the device that you were reviewing to determine that?
I'm not sure what device that was.
Okay, okay. All right, then we'll save that for another day. Now, Judge, previously, we stipulated and the court entered exhibit number 14. I'd like the court's permission to go over exhibit 14 with the witness.
All right, has that previously been admitted?
Judge, I have it here with the stamp on it. I think we had already established
Yes, Your Honor, I think,
established and stipulated to it, Judge. I'm sorry.
and the state had reviewed this. It's my understanding these are the extracts from Tammy Daybell's phone or contain extracts. I think it's actually a police report referencing those extracts from her phone.
Okay, it's been admitted, so it may be published.
If I could just have a moment, Judge, I'm sorry.
How many more moments do you need, John? Honestly. It's going to be my 48th birthday coming up pretty quick. Well, I just had my 47th. Oh my God. See what happens when we miss a day?
Judge, I'm ready when
Your Honor, I hate to do this, but can we briefly approach?
Yes.
We are going to learn a lot. We are going to learn a lot about ourselves. This is our affirmation today. We are going to learn a lot about ourselves and our patience. We are going to be tested in the character, in who we are. We will be tested and we will prevail. We just keep listening and listening and listening to the soliloquies of Mr. John Never Stop Pryor. I can't do it. I can't do it. Imagine the kind of character we're going to have when we're done. Oh, this is painful. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. The detective's like, I've had enough. You could just hear it in his voice now. He's just starting to go, yep, I guess. Sure. Me neither. You guys helped me a lot. You guys helped me a lot. Agreed. Every once in a while, I have a little bit of a meltdown, and then I just pick myself up and keep going on this. Let's just see here. Making a note here.
All right, council, before publishing that particular exhibit, we just redacted an identifier mark from that we caught. So you may go ahead and publish when you'd like, Mr. Pryor.
Now, officer, on this particular document, I would represent to you that this is one of your reports. On the little bit that you're seeing, do you recognize that?
Yes,
So on March 16th, you received information from Google LERS. What's LERS?
Google Lear's law enforcement.
Okay. And you asked for information attached to this, and this was information that you were getting regarding Tammy Daybell's email account. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Did you get the entire email account?
yes,
And did you go through the entire email account?
yes,
And you reviewed all of the emails and you made a determination as to which ones you in particular felt were relevant to this case. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. And then you said after looking at the emails, you didn't include the ones that were significant. And there were photos, emails, chats, the information that I found relevant to the investigation, you see attached here, correct?
yes.
Okay. And then would you read the line that starts in the email folder are chats? Would you read that one for me?
In the email folder are chats between Tammy and Mark while on his mission. Want me to read the whole?
If you would, if you don't mind.
There are also chats between Mark, Tammy, Seth, Garth, and Emma. During some chats, it is very clear that chat is messaging. In the chats, it is also clear that chats are coming from Tammy's email.
Okay. And then I'll go to the next line saying, looking over the inbox of Tammy's email, it shows, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Let me get a record, right? Looking over the inbox of Tammy's email. It shows the first section as chats, mainly with Mark while he is on his mission. In the chats, it does not show the time or date when the chats are taking place, right?
Yes,
Okay. Then the line below, why don't you read the line below for me?
while looking over the chats, there are several that lead me to believe Tammy, along with Mark, Emma, Garth, Seth, and Leah, have knowledge of the belief in light and dark people that Chad talked about and believed.
Okay. So what I gather from that is your assessment in the reports that after you reviewed all of the emails and you said you reviewed them all.
Yes,
That's a significant job.
yes,
And in reviewing all of those, you came to the conclusion that the Daybell, Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell, and his 5 children had knowledge of the belief in light and dark people.
yes,
And the light and dark is a religious reference that's mentioned by Chad, right?
yes,
It's mentioned by other people in this case, right?
yes.
It's also mentioned to some extent in predominantly most religions. Would you agree with that?
Say that again.
Predominantly in most religions, there's a reference to light and dark, right?
I can't testify that. 'cause I
Okay.
don't know all the religions.
Okay. And then the religious practice that these folks practice, that Tammy and the children and Chad practices, of what faith?
LDS.
Okay. Okay. Then we go on and if you would, um, I'll take a look at the next one where it says during the chats, Mark's camera was not working and Tammy informed him that his camera was cursed and dad was removing it, right?
Yes,
Okay. In more chats, Mark asked if anything was found or notable in him when he was body coded. I'm not sure what body coded means. Do you have any knowledge of what being a body or body coded talks about?
no,
Okay. Okay. But it was Mark who was talking about the body coding. Would that be your assessment?
yes,
Okay. And then Tammy responds, you has a lot of weapons, negative chords and curses, plus trapped emotions. We cleared out quite a bit. We'll do that more regularly for you. So second to the last sentence says we cleared it out, right?
yes,
That would you believe that that was Tammy and Chad who were clearing out these negative chords and curses?
in this email, yes,
Okay. And then we'll do that more regularly for you. And again, it's will do that more regularly for you. That implies that it was both Tammy and Chad talking about helping them clear out these weapons, right?
yes,
Okay. Then we go down to the next one and it starts with on another chat. Chad said, Mom and I taught 12-year-old Sunday school yesterday. Canyon Scott's actions confirmed he is 4.2 dark. You see that?
yes.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether Canyon Scott is dead or has been murdered or any investigation into that kind of a matter?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And do you know who Canyon Scott is?
I do not.
Okay. But obviously, it's someone who attends church or attends Sunday school where Chad and Tammy went to their Sunday school, right?
Yes,
So we could presume that it was someone in um, Fremont or Madison County, right?
yes,
Okay. And then it goes on, I will enjoy watching his growth to world terror and domination. And then Emma replies, I like Canyon though. I'll slow down. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The next line is, I will enjoy watching his growth to world terror and domination, right?
yes,
Emma replies, I like Canyon though. Tammy and Chad reply, unfortunately, he's already influencing Will Dowling. Who's Will Dowling? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay. Then Mark goes, I like Jose but I can't pronounce that last name, Ojeda also. Then Mark says, darkness is interesting. And then Tammy and Chad both say, maybe they are influencing you too. They are charming, right?
Yes,
So we don't have any information about Jose Ojeda or anything about him, any criminal activity associated to his demise, right?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Judge, it's 12 o'clock. Judge, it's 12 o'clock. I don't know. This may take a while.
Sure. Let's
It's
go
up to the court.
Yeah, let's
obviously.
take our lunch recess. We try to do that at noon for timing of things, so that'll work out well. We are stopping right here about noon. We'll try to resume further testimony 1 o'clock and take the lunch break now.
And Judge, may I leave my stuff up here?
Yeah, we'll secure the courtroom and you can leave that there, Mr.
Thank you,
Fryer.
Your Honor.
All right, please.
Okay. I am going to have to review the last little bit, what they're talking about. It was a little unclear to me, but probably because there's been a few issues in chat. So I'm going to say it like this, okay? If you don't like it here, don't be here. Just nice like that. We have a great community. And I'm actually quite proud of the fact that I worked hard the last 4.5 years to make it such a great community, and you guys did too. Now, if you want to be mean, leave. It's okay if you love John Pryor. I do not. And 99.9% who are rated light also do not like John Pryor. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you like him, great. If you love him, great. If you think he's doing a good job, great. I don't care if you think that. Great. Put it in here that you love him. I don't care. But what you do not do is come to my welcome mat and take a dump over it, because I've had enough of that. So if you're in here for another creator, or if you're in here just to rile me up, maybe you did do a good job of riling me up a little bit, but I've had enough of crappy people. So you can move along. In saying that, thank you to the other 1,700 or 1,699 people who are very nice. We work hard to make this a classy place. If you don't like it, go to the John Lovers YouTube channel or the John Lovers chat. It's okay to disagree, but don't be an a-hole. And that's it. That's it. Because I'm pretty tired of people who decide to come on my welcome mat and crap all over it. Leave. You don't have to be here. I'm very welcoming. I love everybody, except for the people who decide to come and complain because they love John. Love John. I don't care. You want to sit here and love John, but be nice. Okay? That's it. Tired of it. And that's about it. And if you don't like me joking, too freaking bad. Do you know how many thousands of hours I put into this job? Yes, job. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands. So if I laugh once in a while, I guess I laugh. You don't see the other 550 videos where I cry. Okay? So go. And you can replay this later for your entertainment. Welcome back. I do have years invested. 4.5 years of this. And what this does to a person who is a YouTuber, let me tell you this. Some YouTubers like myself don't have that credential beside my name, but doesn't mean I'm not smart and doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm also human who has feelings. And so the amount of death threats I've received in 4.5 years, nobody should have in a half a minute, let alone for 4.5 years. So I'm just tired of it, honestly. Quite honestly, Judge. So if I get the giggles, I guess I get the giggles. Guess what? I'm human. I have feelings. I literally do 18 hours a day for people to watch. Honestly. Anyways, that's enough about that. Anybody else who wants to mimic that same person can GTFO, and then you can Google that. Now, we will regroup. We woosah. Everybody woosah. Woosah. You ever seen that meme where it's like, wonder if I could play it on here. Might not be able to play it. Where she's in the yoga stance and she's like, it ain't my. I'll have to play it for you guys. F around and find out. Oh yeah. Yeah. You think I go, yeah. F around and find out what happens. I have kept quiet for a long time, but I'll tell you, there's a couple things that are about to come out from me. Woosa. Oh yeah, she goes, it ain't my. And then she does the F word. She's like, she does the, like, it was on TikTok. It was freaking funny. So funny. Oh, for lapidity's sake. Woosa. Oh, I ruffle a few. It's okay. The more you have around, the more you find out. Okay. I get a little spicy. That is an Aries girl. Oh, they're about to get some more truth. I have a couple coming up that I really want to do. Rebecca says, thank you, Linda. You're amazing. You need levity in life. Yeah, thank you very much, Rebecca. I appreciate that. You know, there's only so much a person can take and then they blow. And I just had enough. I just had enough. It's okay if you love John, just don't be mean. Once this case is over, will I be changing my subscription account board? Let's just see if I could do this here. Will I be changing it? Probably after Lori's done. My editor just opened the live stream and sent me a message. I love you. Oh, she's opening it just the right amount. My editor's amazing. Say hi to her, everyone. She saw me get upset. It was spicy. Can you see now why her son's school was like, oh, she ain't playing. You know what? This is the biggest thing. Me be me. That's exactly it. You too. Welcome, BC girls. Now we could do our dark work together. Thank you, Karen. Thank you so much. So I eat a little bit of spicy and a lot of laughing. So we got to do what we got to do. And thank you to my moderators hanging out. Okay, this just before we got to this point, and before I went on my spicy soliloquy, can we discuss what the heck was going on with John asking? Do I have that now? Did I write that? Something about Canyon Scott and being dark. Yes. So the last couple days I missed the recap because I have to still review the one yesterday. You guys did an awesome job of recalling what happened yesterday. I was working with my editor yesterday on a special video that's coming out by the weekend, so Friday or Saturday. We just have to finish the end of it, and there's some new stuff in it, so I'm super excited about that. And so we've been working together for hours and hours on that yesterday and today. I recorded this morning, and she's working on it this afternoon. I do my best to still keep it classy, yes. You're welcome, Lucas. It takes a lot for me to get angry. But, you know, once I hit there. Welcome, Stephanie. You know, there's just a threshold where you get to and you're like, no. Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Linda went judge voice on her. I just had enough. I think I will now subscribe. You just reminded me of my wife. Well, you know. Here's the thing too. So, okay, can I recap the time frame of the Tammy Daybell shooting? Are you wanting the time frame of the 9th? Well, yeah, I guess it'd be the 9th because the shooting. Because okay, hang on, because I'm gonna pull it out. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna pull up the timeline and we'll go through it. And then in a little bit, I'll go and get some food. Let me find it. Okay. We'll go back to just before the day before Tammy Daybell. We'll see. So that would be October 8th, 2019. Hang on, guys. This is a big, long list. Okay. So, October 8th, which is the day before the attempt made on Tammy, Lori flies from Idaho to Arizona under the name Lori Ryan to meet up with Melanie Boudreau. And I did a video on all their flights. If you saw that, put yes or no in the comments. So then okay, hang on. Might not be in here. It might just be in my video. Give me a second because I'm going to pull up Alex Cox video. Because I script a lot of my stuff and outline it, so I'll have it in there. And I did that video not very long ago. I might have to go in my Trello as well. So just pulling up. Now I got to remember what I called it. It was the night that Tammy Daybell died. Okay, there. Oh, I thought I just saw it. Yeah, here we go. Tammy Daybell series. Because I know I'm going to have that. So this is basically what was in the video. Okay, here we go. We'll walk you guys through this. Timeline. Law enforcement's first record of Lori, Chad, Alex, and other co-conspirators conspiring to murder Tammy Daybell. That's also when Lori bought the rings. Now, on October 4th, that's when Chad tells Tammy that he wants her to go visit her parents in Springville, Utah, and urges her, saying that I have, the ancestors told me that you need to go. So she goes. On the 6th of October, Alex visits Lori's storage unit by himself. And someone then, that same day, takes a picture of Alex Cox at Mesa Falls in Idaho. And on the 7th, Alex visits multiple gun ranges according to data points. He also went to 2 gun ranges on October 8th, and that was the day before Tammy was shot at in her driveway on October 9th. So on the 9th was that first attempt made on her. And at 1:20 p.m. on the 9th, Chad's burner phone is at Alex and Lori's apartment complex, and Chad stays for about an hour. Okay, and then that day before, Alex bought a phone at Walmart, but it wasn't activated until 1:20 p.m. when Chad's there. So Chad and Alex and Lori are all at the apartment complex at 1:20, and at that point, Alex activates his burner phone. On that same day, his device was leaving Sportsman's Warehouse at 4:12 p.m. and travels north from Ammon to the vicinity of Chad's house. It doesn't stop, but drives by and continues onto US Highway 20. The driver turns around and drives past the Daybell home again before returning to Alex's apartment until 5:16 p.m. And then the device remains at the apartment until 11:28 the next day. Now, Alex had 6 burner phones, Lori had 6, and Chad had 9. There was a data point that was recorded by Alex's phone on the evening of October 9th, and it's recorded at a canal behind Chad's house. At 9:16, Alex texts Lori from his verified phone. 10 messages were sent between this device and Chad Daybell between 7:13 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. While Alex's other phone was recorded at staying at his apartment the entire night, the new phone was texting Chad. At 11:28 p.m., Alex's verified phone shows up again, and it says at Tammy Daybell files a report with Rexburg Department. We know all that happened. And then there was a lot of purchases that I talked about, because so we're probably going to hear about this if we haven't already, about a camo beanie being on the receipt. It was no longer in stock. Alex purchased gloves. There were 60 receipts, and most were paid with credit or debit cards. The one that caught the attention of the investigator was a cash receipt. There were 5 items on the receipt, including a pair of Frog Tog rain pants, ski mask, soft drink, and gloves. And then the ski mask that he got, okay, blah, blah, blah. Then 3 days after that, okay, sorry, hang on, guys. I'm trying to do my best here. So that's what we have pretty much for that night. And then the 911 call goes in. Brenda says, what if it really was a paintball gun? What if Alex didn't want to kill Tammy, but wanted Lori to think he tried? Okay, so let's talk about this, because I wonder a couple of things. So their driveway is right near the road, right? Obviously, to get in there, it's right on that main road, if you can call it main. I don't know how many cars do go by there in a day, but Alex would choose to go to the driveway where she was parked and she was unloading things out of the back seat of her car. Was it a warning or was it real? He would come out. I might pull it up. Let's see if I can pull it up. But it's a good point. Was he just scaring her? Was that supposed to be something? But why, right? Why would he just scare her? and was it his regular gun? I mean, I have doubts it was a paintball gun, like I was saying earlier, but let's talk about that. Stitchin' is the best says, Hubs just asked if I'm watching my Detective Girl on YouTube. Absolutely. Hi, hubby. Chad told her it was a paintball gun. Exactly. Why do you need so many phones? Susan J says, no one covers true crime more thoroughly in depth than Linda. From video number 1 on, I've seen the blood, sweat, and tears with each new video or live. She lovingly puts it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yesterday was weird, wasn't it? Not to be together. I don't think Alex would have Googled drop rates if it was a paintball gun. Good point. Linda, was there any relevance to Tammy parking in the front driveway as opposed to the back driveway where she usually did? I don't know. I need to go dive a little bit more into that because I don't know. Wonder what she was told, or like, oh hey, can you just park in the front today? Or I don't know. Yes, this would be helpful for the timeline. Yes, that's right. Alex said Lori was angry and she said he never gets it right, or something to that effect. Susanna says, do you think Pryor takes so many breaks because he wants to check out maybe what people are saying online, because every day it seems like he says okay more and more and more and more? Maybe. Thank you, Janice. I try really hard at the details to make sure it's right. I hate when it's not. Oh yeah, I remember even with Gannon's when it was his preliminary hearing. I was uncontrollably crying. I just kept saying, how am I going to keep doing this? How am I going to keep doing this? I'm dreading Pryor's closing statement. I think it'll be a week long. Love you all you can do for these cases. I'm a law student. I graduate in 3 semesters. Awesome. That's going to come fast. A credential doesn't matter, nor is it required. Only the heart and soul that you have dedicated to cases. Well, thank you. I don't claim to know it all, but I do know a lot about the case, and I still have lots to learn. I keep saying that. I have lots to learn about this case, but I do know a fair amount. I know, I think about Gannon too when I see Sonic all the time. So, Prince Justice says, thank you for all the hours and work you put into this case. Great to watch you versus the reality we were living at that time. Yeah, I know, it's been crazy, hasn't it? Has the paintball gun been put to bed yet? Well, no, I don't think so. Maybe it might this afternoon. Shirley says, Miss Linda, you need a drink or coffee. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I don't know. Thank you very much. I need something, yeah. When will Melanie B take the stand? I don't know, but she certainly found a way to not be on it in Lori's trial. Somebody says, LFM says, Linda, thank you for listening to JP. I have to shut off the video. I cannot listen to him. I listened to your recap. You're awesome. Thank you. Well, we are all taking it, aren't we? They know me by first name. She's watching Linda. I don't think the court will take any attempts to get out of testifying so nicely a second time. We'll see what happens on that. She's had some time to think about it, I guess. Wonder what Letitia's doing? Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised we haven't heard about her. We've had only one witness today. That was Detective Kaya Kamanu. Just a neat name. He's been on the stand and it's been painful for him. You can hear him just start to get, well, everybody's annoyed. Even the judge sounded annoyed as well. Because there was a 2-hour rant pretty much from John Pryor about this paintball gun. We get it. We heard what you said, John. Keep it going. And I am going to go eat in 1 minute here. So, for those who are just joining, you missed a little bit of drama for your mama. But we've had fun this morning, all morning. And it's been great. So I'm going to go heat up some soup. And then we can figure out what's going on with this last little bit where they're talking about ratings from Tammy. Thanks, Kimbers. Okay, I'm going to be back. I'm just going to go heat up some food, have a little woosah, and I'll come back. Don't go anywhere. Have a little chit chat. Talk about my spiciness. And we'll go from there. Okay, see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. We have a few minutes before court goes on. And we have one more thing to talk about. I don't know what's going on today. I got an email saying that I looked totally drunk this morning. Completely drunk this morning. So I'm going to clear this up here too. I do not drink. I rarely drink. And if I'm having the giggles and maybe an extra bit silly, a lot of you guys who've been here before will know. When I get extra giggly and extra silly, it's either A, I haven't slept, or B, I haven't eaten. And all I've had today, up until lunchtime now, was a fruit bar because I run, I record, I had to go drop my son off, come back. I've just been living on coffee, and somebody, which I rarely drink as well. I don't really drink coffee. So now I got an email saying that you sounded totally drunk this morning. Now, granted, this person asked me if I was okay. But let's just say this. If I get a little extra too silly, not my normal, then you guys know either it's my blood sugar or I'm tired. Okay? I'm not drunk. I've never drank on this channel. I don't drink. If I go out for dinner, I might have a drink. Maximum 2, and it has to be spread over the night because I'm only 110 pounds. So anyway, woo! You know, my sister was talking to me yesterday or 2 days ago, I think. And she said, Linda, I don't know what's going on right now. But there's some weird things going on with people. And I was like, oh, I guess, yeah, there's some weird stuff. She starts talking about this Mercury in retrograde. I don't know much about this at all. But I do know that sometimes near full moon or full moon or new moon, things get weird. So I did ask for a timestamp of the spot where I was completely drunk. I would like the timestamp, and then we'll just see. Yeah, sometimes it's full moon. I know with my ex-husband, he goes to these calls, like, because he's a paramedic, and he goes to these calls, and he's like, "Oh, and it's gonna be bad," because it's it gets a little crazy at the hospitals, crazy at the jails, crazy just responding to the calls. So yes, this lunatic. Yep, the term lunatic comes from Luna, which means moon, because it's well documented that the full moon causes people with mental illness to act worse. Yeah. I don't know. Who's on trial here? I guess I'm ruffling a few feathers. Cheers to that. With my coffee double with some serious alcohol in it, I guess. I'm in the care industry, and we need more staff on full moon. Yeah, even police officers. I have police officer buddies, and they say, like, they always are so hesitant on their shifts around it because they just go, oh, it's going to be so many calls tonight. I was up for 48 hours the other day writing something stupid here. Thank God I was not on camera. I don't know. I think I don't know how many videos I've done in the last month. I took my birthday off and I went to a movie with my son on one of them out of 30 days or something like that. So whatever. When does this stop? Do you guys know much about this? Because I'm ready for it to stop, like this Mercury, whatever it is. I don't know much about it. Yeah, don't go too crazy with your coffee. I don't even drink coffee. I rarely drink it. I forgot my vitamins downstairs too. And then I have to go get my son. So what we're going to do is any minute it's going to start. I'll do like I did last week. I got to go pick up my son. So I'll have my phone and I'm charging it right now. So I'll be chit-chatting on the phone while I go pick him up. And then I'll come back and we'll continue on. And then I got to do parent-teacher interviews tonight. So it's a little bit busy again. Oh, was I? Good. Let's see the meme. Send it to me. Why not? Why not? It's one of those days. I would love to know about the meme. Possibly. I won't be texting and driving. As once I park, I will do it. Well, I certainly try to be. Shot. Oh. There you go. I love you guys too. You guys are awesome. I really do. Oh, wouldn't that be great? Like my cousin Vinny. I'm going to watch that. I got to put that on my watch list. No, Lori's trial will also be during a retrograde. See? I want to know more about the meme. Who's going to tell me about the meme? Are we ready for that talk with John Pryor? I don't know. It's already 1:03. He's probably talking right now. They're like, we gotta go. We gotta go back and chat, or we gotta go back into trial. This morning there was Detective Kaya Kamanu on the stand. And they've been talking about Tammy and the paintball gun day that she was shot at, and too long at that. Maybe I should do one of those, like, well, I need a different, we'll do my water bottle. Meme that. If we don't laugh, right? Like there's so many times. On my shelf in the middle, all the way left. This thing? It's a light. A dusty light. Where did I think I'm sitting on it. It's a light. Bottoms up. Isn't that a country song? Laughter is healing. Absolutely. Sent it to my Gmail. Okay, I'll be looking for it. Do I want to even know? Okay, I'll look for it. I haven't received it yet. Oh. I don't see it. Oh, maybe. I have to watch it. Because I said something on there. Okay, hang on, guys. I said spicier. Spicier? We should be reconvening any minute now. It was supposed to be 1 o'clock. Natasha says, when I get angry or depressed, I watch funny movies like Duplex or Death Becomes Her. Which one's Duplex? I like to watch How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. That one's so funny. I haven't seen that in a long time. I will, it depending, but I love like the comedy and rom-coms, which is weird because I typically, if I go to the movie theater, I like suspense or mystery or comedy. Depends. It's been a while since there's a really good movie, even with kids movies. But I also I need to watch a good one to just make me laugh. It's been a while. I don't watch TV, but I'll have to find a movie that I could really, really laugh. Oh, and then I say loin fire. But wait, there's more. Just one sec. Okay. I should see if I could play this on here, maybe at break or something. So I come in twice.
Yeah. The investigators need to wake up. Let people and panic. When we come to court, it's okay. Yes. Okay, you ready? Now let's see those pieces of shit. Now realize that something is wrong. Look at it. Whoa.
It's long. It's like a mishmash. What do you call it? Mashup. Anyway. Okay, yeah, Cousin Vinny. I gotta watch that. I'm writing it down.
Bryce,
Here we go.
Reports again in session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we can have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, good. Here's our President Cameron for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the lunch recess on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with cross-examination of Detective Kaya Kamanu. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you may. Yes. What's being published there, counsel?
It's the same as before. I think it's the officer's report, exhibit number 14. We're just going through the same as we did previously.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 14 is
Your Honor.
being published to the jurors. That's okay.
So officer, again, in your report, you noted that these were relevant to your investigation. They're emails from Tammy's email account from someone named Julie Rowe. Is that right?
Yes,
And it looks like the emails are to Tammy. And it says something about support springcreekbooks.com, March 12, 2019. Do you see that?
yes.
Okay, so if you would be so kind as to just read from Chad down to Julie for me?
Chad, I met with the state president last night and he has requested we stop publishing all my books. I told him I do not have the rights to the books and that my publisher has those rights. He asked me to contact you to request that we stop publishing. He has asked me to copy him on this email and send him your reply. Yep. He also said he is going to contact your state president, Julie.
Okay. So do you know what a stake president is?
I believe the state president is over the stake of a ward, of the wards.
Okay, and is that, and I'm not familiar with this, but does that mean there's a number of wards or groups that are like neighborhoods? And the stake president overlooks a number of these wards? Is that what it is?
My understanding, yes.
Okay, do you know who the stake president was in this email?
I do not.
But it appears that they're telling Julie Rowe. You know who Julie Rowe is?
Throughout the investigation, her name came up and also known as a publisher or a book writer.
Right. And she was someone who put on presentations all over the Arizona, Utah, Idaho area about preparedness issues, right?
Yes,
And she published books about that as well, right?
yes.
And is there anything in the indication of your review of the emails why a stake president would inject himself into the publishing of books?
I'm not sure on that.
And then, and again, told Julie Rowe that her stake president is going to contact Chad's stake president,
Correct,
right? Correct?
correct.
Okay. But there's nothing in the other emails that you had to show why a couple of stake presidents would interfere with Chad Daybell publishing his books?
I do not.
Okay, all right, thank you. The next one we're talking about is from Tammy to Mark, and Mark again is Tammy's son, Mark, right?
Yes,
That's the youngest son, if I remember right.
yes,
And the date of this email is March 31st of 2019, correct?
yes.
And it's Tammy writing to her son, Mark. And I'll read. I've got Dad and Garth doing a C2 5K and then in parentheses, couch to 5K. So I would you interpret that to mean that the C would mean couch and the number 2 would mean 2 like TO to 5K? Is that how you would interpret that?
Yes,
And if I understand that correctly, what that would mean is that you're starting from the very beginning of your training and you may be a couch potato, right?
you could say that, yes.
Yeah. And you're starting from the very start of something and you're going to try to do a 5K, right?
Yes,
And it says with me, right?
yes,
So that would imply on March 31st of 2019, we had 3 couch potatoes at the Daybell house.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and misstates the email.
Sustained.
How do you interpret that?
that they just wanted to start working out and getting into shape.
Okay, from couch potato to 5K, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, misstates the evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained, stricken.
Okay. Then it goes on to say, we've done the first week twice because quite frankly, I didn't feel ready to move on to the second week. But it should be good for us. Okay, good for me. I have to say, I admire you for running track. Starting from nothing is not easy. Now, when you see the term starting from nothing is not easy, it's not particular whether we're talking about Tammy starting from nothing or whether it's Mark starting from nothing, right?
Correct,
It's unclear there, correct?
correct.
But then you put in there not the full email. Is there further explanation in there that maybe explains who we're talking about, who's starting from nothing on this couch potato issue?
No, there is not.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. And then we'll move on. And it's from Tammy to Mark again on April 14th, 2019. I tripped over the duck gate on Saturday and landed hard on my right hand. And the bucket of eggs I was carrying, it hurt so bad, I just lay in the driveway and cried. Then I got up, cleaned up the egg mess with my left hand and went in the house to find Dad. Luckily, I seemed to have only bruised it. Of course, Dad blessed it, so it may have been worse. Okay? And there's nothing, what's the evidentiary issue of this?
So during the, excuse me, during the investigation, it was said that Tammy had a hurt wrist
Right.
and that she was taking medication for it. So this goes back to, instead of a possible fainting spell, she had tripped over the duck gate and
Okay.
fell and hurt her wrist. So that was relevant to me putting this in my report.
Okay, thank you. And again, that's not the full email that you provided to us today, right?
It was not.
Okay, and was there any further explanation that as to what caused Tammy to trip?
She tripped over a bucket.
Okay, did she trip because she had a dizzy spell? Did she trip because she had a seizure?
Well, this says I tripped over a duck gate. So she
Okay.
had tripped over a duck gate, causing her to fall.
Okay, so we don't know if it was just she ran into the duck gate or she had some sort of medical condition that caused her to trip over the duck gate though, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. The email speaks for itself and asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't know all of the facts behind what's centered around the reason for the trip over the duck gate. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. Again, the message speaks for itself.
I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm just asking whether it was explained, Judge.
Overruled.
In this email, I would just take it as she tripped over something.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you. And then lastly, from Tammy to Mark on April 28th, Dad is in Houston and won't be back until Monday night. So you'll just have to get to talk to me tomorrow. And what's the significance of that?
So on this one, this correlates with some of our other records showing that Chad was in Houston, and that Tammy was home alone.
Okay. Next one was something about, oops. And I don't see. Something that identifies the date, but it was something about a zone conference. Do you know what that was about?
I am not sure on that.
Okay. And then does it seem like your tapeworm medicine worked? Who's talking to who there? Do you know?
I would believe Tammy is emailing and talking with Mark on this one.
Okay. So it's Tammy who's suggesting that there was some tapeworm incident. She was having some sort of malady.
Correct. This might be a continuation of the page before.
Okay.
Possibly.
And the page before would have been this malady with the tapeworm would have been on the 28th of 2019. Would that be fair?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you for clearing that up. Okay. And then she goes on, I guess I should ask you, is that Tammy who said, I haven't slept well since Dad has been gone. I'm hoping to sleep well tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then we're going to June 30th of 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And then let me read this and then I'll talk to you a little bit about that. Another adventure we had this week involves a raccoon. Last year we had skunks. This year a raccoon. We thought stray cats were getting into the cat food, but nope. Garth saw it one night and it was a raccoon. We borrowed a little trap from Matt Price, but when Garth went out to check it that night, the raccoon ran up the tree by the trap. It was huge. No way it was going to fit in the trap. It was larger than Chase and had really long teeth. Garth kept his flashlight on it and called us in the house. Dad got his gun. He shot it out of the tree, then shot it again as it tried to run across the yard. We now have a raccoon buried in the compost heap. Something else got into a cat food a couple of nights ago, so we borrowed a larger trap from Matt. We didn't catch anything last night, so we'll see if we get anything tonight. If we do catch anything, Matt asked us not to shoot it because he has a friend who will use whatever we catch to train dogs. Joel is, I think that's Nickel, told me they've got a couple of raccoons and skunks they've been trying to trap, and some coyotes have been eating chickens at houses over by Jordan Graham's house. In all, it's been a crazy year with wildlife. Do you see that?
Yes,
And could you identify the date when they're having this crazy year with wildlife?
June 30th, 2019.
Okay, and the allegation with Chad Daybell is that there was an email that the prosecutor has alleged may have a different meaning, but that was September 30th of 2019, correct? September of 2019, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm unaware of what email you're referring
Okay,
to.
well, would it be fair that the allegations are that they discovered JJ and Tylee's body and that they are presuming as part of your investigation that they were buried in Mr. Daybell's property in September of 2019?
Yes,
Okay, and there was some email by Chad Daybell that made mention of a raccoon. You recall that?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Abstain.
Okay. So from what I gather, the allegations about the children being buried on Chad Daybell's property was the same year as this email as well, correct?
yes,
And we're on June 30th of 2019. And the allegations against Mr. Daybell relate to around September, sometime in September of 2019, correct?
yes,
So 2.5, 3 months later, there's at least two references about raccoons. Would that be fair?
yes.
Okay. And there's a reference that they buried this raccoon in a compost heap. Where's the compost heap on Mr. Daybell's property? Do you know?
I'm not sure about
Okay.
that.
All right. And then we go on to July 7th of 2019, right?
Yes,
Here is the second raccoon. The first one was shot. Garth said this one is smaller than the first one. I like how the kittens are looking at him too. Okay, and that's from March 7th. And that's also relating to this raccoon issue. Would that be fair?
yes,
Okay. And then we have a picture. Dad has lost a lot of weight. He just doesn't seem to eat much anymore, and he is exercising. You see that, right?
yes.
But above that is a trap. Can you explain, does that look like a trap?
Yes,
And somewhere in the back top of the picture, it looks like there's some sort of raccoon in it. Is that what you see?
that's what I'm trying to see. I
Okay.
see the kittens there.
I do. Okay. And the previous motions made mention of Tammy saying, here's a picture of the second raccoon. It's a smaller one. So
Would you like me to point it out? I just,
you did find it? Go ahead if you.
so it's kind of hard to tell. The raccoon is right there.
Okay. Is it, officer, is that raccoon in the trap?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Then we go down and we have a picture of Chad and Tammy, right?
Yes,
And again, not the full email, but your perception is that there's nothing there that was relevant to this investigation, right?
yes,
Okay, and then does that appear to be the side of the house?
appears to be the back of the house, I believe.
Okay. And from the email, that would be a picture of July 7th of 2019?
I'd have to look at the first page. Yes,
Okay, thank you. August 4th of 2019. Dad is in Arizona. He's speaking to a small group on Sunday night. And at a girls' camp on Monday night, he flies home on Tuesday, right?
Yes,
And that had reference to the August 4th meeting with Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow and all of the ladies who met Sunday at a girls' meeting at Lori Vallow's house. Is that what that was about?
yes, I believe so.
Okay, okay. But that's not the full email, but again, you determined there wasn't any relevance to anything else. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Okay. Then we go on again, and we talk about from Tammy to Mark, again, Tammy Daybell to Mark on September 15th of 2019, right?
yes,
And this was about a month before Tammy passed away. Would that be fair?
close to, yes.
Okay. And she says, this was taken on Saturday. Joe planted potatoes in his garden. I had been sick in bed all day with a really bad cold, but I put on a hat and went over to pose for this picture, so it looks like I'm really a real Idahoan. But I went right back to bed after we took it. I'm still sick today, and my nose won't stop running. I will go to work tomorrow, though, because I am helping with testing, and getting sub work would be more trouble than it was worth, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then there's some mention of continue whining. I burned my arm today when taking some rolls out of the oven, right?
yes,
And the relevance of this is that it was just mentioning that 3 weeks before 3 weeks before Tammy passed away, she was sick for one day and basically was sick the entire next day and just got up and made herself put on a good face and made herself and go back to work, right?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. I don't hear a question there.
Abstain.
She wasn't feeling well that day, right?
correct.
It appears that she was sick the following day, right?
Yes,
She spent a significant amount of time in bed
yes,
and she put on the courage to go to work on Monday, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then the one, your mom came to visit us Friday night and Saturday morning. Under orders from Grandma Cooper, I'll let her tell the story. What's the relevance of that?
So the relevance to that is from Ron Douglas to Mark, which
Okay.
Ron Douglas is Mark's grandpa.
Okay,
Um, through our investigation, Tammy did not drive very far alone. And so it was important enough for Ron, the grandpa, to email Mark and say, hey, your mom came to visit us, which they live in Utah, which is 3.5 hours away. And she drove all by herself.
okay. And this was October 6th of 2019, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that the reason Tammy Daybell didn't drive by herself is because of some medical concerns about her balance and.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Facts not in evidence. Move to strike.
Abstain.
Are you aware that the reason Tammy Daybell didn't drive is because of some medical concerns she had for herself?
No, I am not.
Okay. I went down to Springfield by myself, October 6th. I drove there by myself and then drove home by myself. I'm a big girl now. I can tell you more about this in a bit, right?
Yes,
So by your indications, you're suggesting on October 6th, 13 days before her death, 12 days before her death, that she was able to drive. Is that what this is about?
that's what she's emailing Mark. Yes.
And was there any indication that prior to that time she didn't drive or that she was concerned about driving?
Long distances. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. And this again touches on I think we talked about this previously about the Wednesday during the day with Reagan Price and the person who took her dog. And that leads into what we originally started with. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then there's one final email that talks about Matt Price sending audiobooks for Tammy to listen to, right?
Yes.
And that was for her trip?
Tammy sent those, I believe, to Matt Price with codes to get into the audio book.
That's right. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, thank you. And if I could just have a minute, Judge, thank you.
You may.
Lindsay's starting to get annoyed too. You can hear it in her voice.
One last area, on the day that you got the call about Tammy's death, you received a call from who again? I'm sorry.
I missed a call from Deputy Greenhalgh.
Okay, but then you said something about you followed up with it later and did have a discussion, or my notes not accurately reflecting?
So I missed that call and called her back about an hour and a half later
Okay,
and spoke with her on that. Yes.
and then she recited the facts about what she observed. Is that right?
She informed me that she was on an unattended death. I went through and asked her if there's anything out of the ordinary, anything suspicious, and she told me there was not.
Okay, so according to Officer Greenell, there was nothing suspicious. Is that right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay, and then according to, did you have a chance to look at Brenda Dye's report as a result of this investigation?
Not the AG's report, no, but
I'm not talking the AG's report. I'm talking about Brenda Dye's diagram and report about this unattended death.
I did not.
Okay. So from your perspective, when Officer Greenall contacted you and advised that there was nothing suspicious about the death, at that point, it did not require you to take any further action. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you're right. Oh, my goodness. Okay, thank you. Wouldn't be able to make it without you. Mhm.
While we're waiting, when he's talking about the Couch to 5K, that's actually a program called Couch to 5K. It's not to be derogatory. It's the name of the program that you could see me show.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're gonna, I'm gonna start a little backwards here and start with that last exhibit. You were shown some emails that you'd reviewed in the last exhibit by defense counsel. And there was some indication in there about people being light and dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Through your investigation, did you learn who it was that would label people as light or dark?
Chad Daybell.
You were also shown an email about Chad needing to do some work on Mark's camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the indication was Chad was the one that had to do that work, correct?
Yes.
And I think specifically it referenced the camera was cursed.
Yes.
Mark wasn't at the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mark was on his mission?
Yes.
It was brought up that Chad had labeled some 12-year-olds as dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked if those kids are still alive to the best of your knowledge. Are they?
The best of my knowledge, yes. I hope so.
Were those Lori's minor children?
No.
Were they obstacles to Chad and Lori being together?
No.
There was also an email on March 31st of 2019 where Tammy was talking about getting ready for a 5K. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did that indicate to you that Tammy was active?
It's hard to say active. Working out, you do different things, right? And trying to stay in shape, you do different things. Some people may run to stay in shape. Some people may go lift weights to stay in shape. So that may just have been something different she wanted to try.
Did it indicate to you that Tammy had a desire to at least do something to be active?
Yes.
Then you were shown an email that Tammy sent to Mark on April 28th of 2019 about Chad being in Houston.
Yes.
And can you remind us what the significance of that was?
The significance with that was we have information that Chad had gone there with Lori. And her emailing Mark saying that Chad's in Houston just kind of confirmed that.
And later on in that same email, we see Tammy say, I haven't slept well since dad has been gone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So Tammy indicated she wasn't sleeping well and Chad was in Houston with Lori.
Yes.
Then the next one, there's a couple texts about a raccoon. Do you recall, or not texts, excuse me, a couple emails about a raccoon.
Yes.
And the first one is on June 30th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And in that one, there's mention of having a flashlight.
Yes.
Did it appear that the raccoon was shot at night?
Yes.
Then we see another email on July 7th of 2019 with a image of a raccoon in a trap, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing an email from Tammy to Mark about a raccoon in September of 2019?
I did not.
So Tammy emailed Mark twice about seeing a raccoon, but no messages in September of 2019 to Mark that you recall.
Not on this email, no.
Then you were asked about the message from Tammy to Mark on August 4th of 2019 about Chad being in Arizona. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in the message, Tammy indicates that Chad is at a girls' camp.
Yes.
Was he at a girls' camp?
He was at a conference, I believe, at Melanie's or correction, Lori's house.
So again, he was with Lori on August 4th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you recall when Charles Vallow was killed?
July 11th, 2019.
There was an email also shown that was from Tammy to Mark on September 15th of 2019, where Tammy references having a cold. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And Tammy indicated she was in bed for a few days,
yes,
and that was in September.
yes,
Any similar email message to Mark in October about Tammy being sick?
no,
Then you're asked about some messages on October 6th, one from Ron Douglas to Mark and one from Tammy to Mark about Tammy visiting Springville, Utah. Do you recall those?
yes,
Through your investigation, did you learn anything about Tammy having a medical concern that kept her from driving?
no,
Through your investigation, did you learn who encouraged her to go to Springville that weekend?
yes.
And who was that?
Chad Daybell.
And circling back, Detective, do you recall the email, you've been shown it by both myself and defense counsel, that was from Tammy to Mark about the attempted shooting?
Yes,
And you were asked some questions about Regan Price and Tammy mentioning some things Regan had shared with her about a lady trying to steal Regan's dog. Do you recall that?
yes,
Regan described a lady trying to steal her dog, correct?
yes,
Did Regan ever mention the lady having a firearm?
no,
Did Regan ever mention the lady being dressed all in black?
no,
You were asked quite a bit about the Daybell's driveway. How many drives are at the Daybell residence?
2,
And you were asked about a longer driveway. Would you consider that the front or back driveway or side driveway?
the back driveway is a very longer driveway compared to the front driveway.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to be handed States Exhibit 291.
Very well.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
And we've looked at this exhibit a couple times, but in that second paragraph, can you see which driveway Tammy came into that day?
She backed into the front driveway.
Is the front driveway that long?
It's, like I discussed earlier, about 2 car lengths.
And then is there a driveway that's even longer than that?
Yes,
And how long is the other driveway car lengths, if you could estimate?
probably about 4 or 5.
So quite a bit longer.
Yes,
And again, were you part of the initial investigation on October 9th of 2019?
I was not.
And again, in that message, put it back up. In that second paragraph, do you see an indication of what time of day this occurred?
9:15.
And that would be referring to PM.
Yes, that's when the call came in around that time.
And again, you're from the Fremont County area. Correct?
Yes,
And October's in Fremont County, about 9 PM. Is it still light out generally?
it's usually getting about dusk.
Do you recall reviewing? Let me back up. Would it surprise you to learn that there was no report by Deputy Cannon where he referenced having searched for paintball guns with Tammy Daybell?
Would it surprise me that there was no search with that?
That there was no Google search done for paintball guns?
Overruled.
No.
If Deputy Cannon had indicated that he never searched for paintball guns with Tammy Daybell, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, but do you know how familiar Tammy Daybell was with firearms?
I do not know how familiar she was with them.
And council talked about some searches that were done by an email associated with Tammy Daybell regarding a paintball gun and an airsoft gun. Do you recall those?
Yes,
From your review of the October 9th investigation, did Tammy Daybell ever produce any photo saying this is the firearm?
no, she did not.
And yet she didn't do any search for a rifle, did she? That you're aware of?
No,
Are there various type of paintball guns in your experience?
yes,
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to have the witness shown States Exhibit 282.
And Judge, I believe this is the image that we stipulated to council. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor, and I do have a courtesy copy for defense counsel that's now been marked, a courtesy copy for Your Honor and a copy for the court.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
And Detective, have you seen this image before?
yes,
And that top image there, is that the Grendel 6.5 that we've earlier referenced?
yes, it is.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of States Exhibit 282.
Again, Judge, that was by stipulation of the parties, so
All
I
right,
am not having an objection to it.
very well. Without objection, Exhibit 282 is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish.
You may.
And Detective Counsel showed you an image of one type of paintball gun. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that is just one type?
yes,
And you'd indicated that they make paintball guns that look similar to an assault rifle.
yes,
And again, that top image is the firearm that was seized from an apartment associated with Alex Cox. Is that correct?
yes,
And the bottom one, it's marked example. To be clear, this firearm was never located. Is that correct?
that is correct. This was not located.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in that bottom photo?
So this bottom photo right here is a Tipman paintball gun with the Tipman. Yeah. On the top is a hopper. On the back has a collapsible stock. And then your barrel.
And Your Honor, the state would ask to publish States Exhibit 281C that's already been admitted? If
You
I
may
could be
publish.
handed that. And Detective, this is a close-up again of the front part of that Grendel 6.5, is that correct?
Yes,
And if the firearm was pointing at someone, this may be a vantage point that of what they see.
yes.
And Detective, again, Alex was in the area of the Daybell residence earlier in the day on October 9th, is that correct?
Yes,
And then he was also in the area about 2.6 miles away the night before Tammy was pronounced dead, is that correct?
yes,
And counsel talked to you about whooshing and popping sounds from paintball guns. If a gun misfires, will it make a sound?
it depends what kind of misfire or jam it may have.
Are there various sounds that would the sound of a AR be muffled or different if it had a silencer on it?
Yes,
And counsel talked to you about Tammy being pretty close to the gun. She describes the gunman as right behind her and she turns around and he's there, correct?
correct.
And we talked earlier about some searches done on the Homer J. Maximus account about a drop.
Yes,
If you're sighting your gun, and correct me if I'm using the wrong language here, if you're sighting a gun or trying to adjust it to fire a certain distance, is that different if it's a short distance versus a long distance?
yes,
So if you'd been further away and moved closer, would it be sighted in different?
yes, could be.
And counsel talked to you about a bipolar teenager mentioned in the email from Tammy to Mark, correct?
Yes,
Again, from your review of October 9th, were there any reports of a bipolar teenager pointing a paintball gun at anyone?
no, not that I'm aware of.
Any reports of someone other than Tammy Daybell? Any reports of anyone else coming face to face with a masked gunman?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And do you, trying to make sure I'm referencing the correct exhibit. And Your Honor, may I have States Exhibit 291 again, please?
Yes.
And may I also have Defense Exhibit 16? Yes, it is States Exhibit 291 and Defense Exhibit 16. And I guess while I'm at it, I forget the exhibit number, but the second call into dispatch by Tammy Daybell.
$32B.
232B, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may I have permission to publish Defense Exhibit 16?
Yes.
Your Honor, defense screen just went blank. Oh, sorry, it popped up.
The HDMI does not like my computer.
Judge, if the court would prefer to take a short break now and we could do the early afternoon break?
Well, I think we'll get this sorted out pretty quickly here.
This will be good timing.
Detective, can I have you look at that first sentence there? And can you read it into the record?
Something really weird just happened, and I want you to know so you can watch out.
Tammy's sending this message out, telling people she wants them to watch out, correct?
Yes.
And Judge, I would now ask to be able to display State's Exhibit 291.
You may.
And at the end of that first big paragraph, do you see where Tammy indicates the scared part came after when my brain thought of other things that could have happened?
Yes.
And on this one, do you see at the end of that full paragraph where she says, I didn't go to Zumba because I quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone?
Yes.
Do those statements indicate someone that was scared by what just happened?
Yes.
And in this one, do you see in that first paragraph where it says the guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun?
Yes,
He was standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. Do you see that?
yes,
Does this indicate more than someone just pointing a gun at someone?
yes, it does.
And do you recall in the dispatch call with Tammy where she talks about the man pointing the gun at her and just shooting? And we can listen to it again. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I don't recall that.
And Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 232B?
Yes.
Mm. 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
It's pretty much 26 seconds. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900 East? Yes. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
Do you know what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it's so dark out there and I went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and was shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, what is your name? My name is Tammy.
I'm going to stop it right there. Did you hear on there where she says holding the gun like he had a rifle and shooting at me, but nothing came out?
Yes, I did.
Does that indicate more than someone just pointing a gun?
Yes, it does.
And counsel talked to you a little bit about some of those searches associated with Homer J. Maximus. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And he talked to you about October being hunting season.
yes,
Would shooting through a windshield or shooting through a Dodge Dakota generally have anything to do with hunting?
no,
Through the investigation, did you become aware that Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector?
yes, I did.
After Alex shot Charles on July 11th of 2019, did Chad and Lori maintain a relationship to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I did.
In fact, we saw in an email, and I think you referenced it, Chad was down there on August 4th, 2019, just maybe about 3 weeks after Charles was shot and killed by Alex Cox.
Yes, he was.
Would that lead you to believe that Chad was scared of Alex Cox?
No,
Lead you to believe Chad was scared of Lori Vallow?
no,
Are you aware of any report taken by Fremont County where Chad Daybell reported that he was scared of anyone?
no, I am not aware.
Are you aware of Chad ever reporting anyone tried to shoot at him?
No,
And again, through the investigation, what was the connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
Chad Daybell.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
Judge, I would like an opportunity to clarify the driveway, and then counsel went on about um, the relationship between Alex and Chad Daybell, and I'd like an opportunity to at least touch on that.
I'll allow some limited recross on those two issues,
Judge.
Mr. Pryor.
Officer Counsel put up the Facebook posting by Tammy Daybell, and it describes the front driveway. Do you recall that?
The Facebook, I don't recall if that said the front driveway.
Judge, could
No,
I?
in the email, sorry.
That's okay. I'm gonna have to have permission to go get my computer, Judge, and bring up that. May I have permission to go back and get my computer?
Yes.
Exhibit 16. Thank you. My turn now. I'm not ready yet, Judge. I think I'm ready now, Judge.
All right. You can publish that.
Okay, and I apologize. I can't get this to widen on me, Judge, but officer, can you read that if you look at your monitor?
Yes, I can, and it does say the front driveway.
Okay, and I'm sorry we had to go through that with all that time, but I wanted to make sure. And Judge, that's all I have for this.
Okay, thank you.
So there is no dispute that this was the front driveway, correct?
Correct.
And again, the front driveway is a very short driveway compared to the one in the back, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and further, the distance between the front of the house and where the car was backed up, that even shortens the distance even more, correct?
yes,
And it would be unusual to use a rifle at such close range, correct?
yes,
Yeah, that's not a weapon that you use at close range, correct?
usually not.
In fact, a rifle is typically used when we're talking about hunting. That's long range, which is consistent with Mr. Cox talking about 100 and 300-yard shots, right?
Sometimes,
And in your experience, if you're really trying to hurt somebody at close range, you would probably use a handgun or a shotgun, right?
well, I guess I misstated right there.
Okay.
Rifles can be used at close range, close
Okay.
quarter combats,
Okay.
SWAT stuff. So
Okay.
yes, they can be used.
Okay. Now, the information you got about the Dodge Dakota, you recall that, right?
Yes,
And you talked about the fact that someone was talking about putting a bullet through the window of a Dodge Dakota.
yes,
Someone trying to figure out what type of bullet it would take to pierce the side of a Dodge Dakota.
yes,
Someone who would take what kind of a bullet would pierce the metal or the thickness of the metal on a Dodge Dakota.
yes,
So it would seem with Mr. Daybell owning a Dodge Dakota that it seems that at least the target was someone in the Daybell family. Would that be fair?
that'd be fair to say, yes.
Okay. And with the Homer J. Maximus account, is there any indication that Chad was shared all of the information on Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus account?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Do you have any information to suggest that Mr. Daybell had access to the Homer J. Maximus account?
No, I do not.
Okay. So if Mr. Daybell didn't have access to the information in that account, do you have any other information that Mr. Daybell had knowledge that Alex Cox was looking for a way to shoot a Dodge Dakota that Mr. Daybell owned?
No.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude then the testimony of Detective Kaya Kamanu. And he's testified twice now. Is he still, well, he's the case agent, so I don't know if he'll be recalled or not, but Detective, you can go ahead and step down from the witness stand. We'll make sure to retrieve exhibits. I'll have a brief sidebar with counsel to discuss scheduling for today, and we'll take our afternoon recess at this time.
All right, please. All rise. District Court, you got it.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. And Mr. Bailiff will have the jurors brought in, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Freeze off, President County for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with the state's case in chief, is the state prepared to call another witness this afternoon?
We are, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. We would call Spencer Cook.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, before we start with testimony, I'll just inquire because the court has its exclusionary order. Mr. Cook, have you been viewing at all any of the testimony in this case on the court's live stream or otherwise in the trial since it started?
No,
All right, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given in the case?
no.
Very well. With that, thank you for your confirmation of that. You can go ahead and inquire on direct, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Spencer Cook, SpencerCook.
And Mr. Cook, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm the technology director at the Sugar Salem School District.
Is that the same school that Tammy Daybell worked at back in 2019?
It is.
What, could you explain to the jury in your role at work, what is it that you do specifically?
As the technology director, I'm in charge of all of the technology throughout the district. So that includes all of the schools from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. And I'm in charge of the data, anything that plugs into the wall, basically. So projectors, computers, network, security, cameras, email, communications, telephones.
Okay, thank you. And so you mentioned email. What do you have to do with respect to the email for the school?
Well, I maintain and manage the emails accounts for all of the uh, employees and students at the district.
When you say manage the email accounts, what does that entail?
Well, we use Google apps for the email service, and so I maintain all of the accounts and uh, make sure that users can log in and make sure they receive emails and send emails.
Do you also manage the email storage?
I do.
Could you explain to the jury what you do with the storage for the email system?
Sure. So we have the front-facing email Gmail account, and the users log in and out that. That's a completely separate setup that they use, and then I have a archiving server that maintains all email communications in and out from all accounts that we maintain, and that is only accessed by myself.
How long does the school keep emails?
We keep emails for 3 years.
And what about the users? Is there a school policy for how long a user might keep their email?
Users can keep their emails as long as they see fit. There's no limit to the amount of storage that they can keep. So if there's an email that they need that's important, then they're able to keep those emails.
Do you recall back in February of 2021 being contacted by law enforcement with respect to Tammy Daybell's email?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what it was that they requested of you?
They were asking for emails that Tammy had received from anybody and anyone that would send an email to her email account. And they were looking for an email from Charles Vallow on a specific time frame. It was, I think, June 29th of 2019.
Were you able to retrieve that kind of an email?
Yeah, I was able to retrieve it from the archiving server.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has a proposed state's exhibit we've marked as 419, and I believe it's been stipulated that it can be entered. I can offer up 2 copies to the court.
All right, has the defense been able to review 419? Any objection to its admission? Yeah, we'll have you review that first. Okay, so exhibit 419 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish with the ELMO?
Yeah, I'll have the bailiff give you the exhibit for publishing.
I believe I'm just waiting for the clerk, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're looking at that again. Is that showing on the jurors monitors? Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, I'd like to call your attention to just the first paragraph of this exhibit. If you want to go, can you see it on your
I
screen?
see it on my screen, yes.
You mentioned an email that you retrieved in Tammy Daybell's email system,
Correct.
and the date again was what?
The June 29th When the email was
Yes.
retrieved, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to call your attention to the first paragraph. If you will, go down to where there's a quote in there with the content of the email. Do you see the quote marks where it says Tammy, my name?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Will you just read the first two full sentences of that, please?
Sure. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and oh, yes, yep. You bet. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. This is your work email, so I'll have to wait to send you the evidence. That is very disturbing.
And can you explain to the jury which email address was this sent to? What was Tammy's email?
Her email address was tdaybell@sugarsalem.com.
And what address did this come from?
It came from an email, charles.vallow@icloud.com.
In your work as the IT manager, can you explain to the jury, were you able to look into whether or not this email had been opened up?
Yeah, we, in the interview with law enforcement, we went into her account and we were able to find the email that was in her deleted folder. And it was there opened, and the email had been the email address from Charles Value, the Charles Value at iCloud.com, had been put into the blocked category inside of Google. So any email that Lori would have, or that Lori, sorry, any email that Charles would have sent would have been blocked, any future emails. So they would not have been received.
When you did your search of the email system, were there any other emails to or from Charles Vallow?
No, there were not.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination. Okay, so there will be no cross of the witness. Mr. Cook, thank you for coming in and providing your testimony. Is he released from any subpoena from the state,
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense? Okay, well, that will conclude your testimony in the trial. Thank you for appearing today. You can go ahead and step down and that will conclude your testimony. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 3:00. I had discussed scheduling with counsel. They've got another, well, depending on who they call next, it's an inconvenient time to start with a next witness potentially. There's been a request that we conclude for the day. Let me just confirm from the state, is that still how the state's requesting we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and I know the defense is fine with that as well, so that is going to conclude our trial evidence for today. We'll start again with trial tomorrow. And while the jurors are here, counsel, perhaps we can just give them some indication. Is there some request with your scheduling that tomorrow being Friday that we stop sooner than the mid-afternoon?
The state's fine with that as well. We do have some witnesses coming in from out of town, so we're hoping to be able to get through them rather than hold them over the weekend. But I believe that would most likely just take the morning.
Okay, well, we'll see how things go. So no promises, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that tomorrow may not be a full day through the mid-afternoon. So with that, we will conclude for the day today. And again, as we break for the day, I'll remind the jurors to please follow the court's continuing admonishment to not investigate the case in any way, try to avoid any media coverage of the case, and do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can only do that once deliberations have started. So thank you for continuing to follow that instruction each day. We'll be in recess until tomorrow.
All right, please.
Okay. Thank you guys for being super patient. Whew. Okay, more running. We're running. That's the stressful part of the day when I'm on mom duty. Is like having to go pick him up and then come back, make sure it doesn't stop, make sure it doesn't keep going. And then also, of course, my son just told me he has a project to do that's due tomorrow and tonight's parent teacher interviews. And, there's just lots of fun stuff. So, whew. So I have a question for you guys about this last little bit. That's really weird. They talked about retrieving the email of the June 29th email from Charles to Tammy. And they said it was in a deleted folder and it was blocked. Why didn't they go in depth in that? I find that weird. Like that was really, really quick. Yeah, they didn't ask, they didn't say anything. And it's been elusive like that the whole time. I feel like nobody's ever really given an answer as to if Tammy saw it or not. And there was no question about Tammy seeing it, or was it accessed from anywhere else? But it wasn't even that. They didn't even get to it. They didn't even ask. There was no questions about it. And it said, yeah, it was blocked too, but where was the questions regarding it? And John didn't do it. Like this, very weird and very short. Yeah, that's what I was saying that's what I was saying earlier, is he didn't want to ask anything because it makes Chad look bad, but then still there wasn't anything in depth at all about it. So maybe there'll be somewhere else, someone else. All they have to do is prove she was sent the email and somebody put it in the deleted and blocked, but who and when? Like, just, I find that weird that there was no other questions. Although I do remember before she died, somebody, I believe it was a coworker, that said she seemed off a couple days before that. So I'm wondering, and I mean, come on, Chad was changing, he was getting fit and all that other stuff, and a wife would start to wonder. So there'd probably be other things that she was wondering what's going on. She saw it had been opened, deleted, and she blocked Charles. I mean, we went 7,000 hours on the paintball gun. And then that would be, so June 29th, July, August, September. It would almost be 4 months later. He was the tech guy. Gotcha. I would like to have known when it was deleted. Would it have said that? I'm just surprised even John didn't ask questions. I don't know. Sounds tomorrow's it would be a short day. Okay, yeah, sounds maybe. Yeah, I need more details too. As you know, I like the details. Court should start again at 8:30 in the morning. They said that they have 3 witnesses to go through, but they should be quick. So maybe it'll be done at lunchtime. I'm not sure. Is it okay to have shared the stream of Emma making faces at media during the search for Tylee and JJ? What stream? Would that be mine? Or which one? I don't know. I didn't see it. So maybe tomorrow morning we'll have the 3 other witnesses that go through this email again. It's gonna take forever. Tomorrow might be short, but like I just feel like it's just maybe it'll pick up now that we start laying some of this stuff down. Oh yeah, Emma's sticking out her tongue. I've been talking about that forever. Jackie says, Linda, they left it to the jury. This guy said it had been opened and deleted. She blocked Charles. Enough said. But we never have it enough said. Let me see if I have this in. I might even have the screenshot of her. So basically, she sticks out her tongue. I might have it in here. Let's see. I think I had it in my one of the last little videos too. Ugh. Hang on, guys. Forever Wanderer 3. I'm catching up, but I think Tammy was searching paintball guns because someone was trying to convince her that's what she'd seen. Like, if we think about it, maybe she, in her mind too, when she first saw it, maybe she's like, well, why would a guy with a paintball gun? Because maybe small town, she figures nobody would do that, and that would be weird. And so she figured somebody was playing a joke. Okay, let me see if I can find it. I know I had it in a couple of my videos.
On the property, she asked.
Oh yeah, here.
My live report and told me live there that she asked.
It was quite juvenile.
You mentioned the woman that approached you during your report yesterday. What happened with that? Well, Linda, she told me live there that she asked. Oh, I'm sorry. Even though we were not, I told her that we were legally able to be on the property. She asked me to leave during my live report, and
and I refuse to leave. Wow. Okay. Now I'm taking a look at that and seeing she's pulling some faces and some things that really seem pretty inappropriate for somebody whose family is connected with a case that is this serious. You know, I was.
It's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's
The exact same thing. I later went back and watched the.
yeah, it's just weird. But nothing about Chad is normal. And thank you, Forever Wander. Thank you. Yeah, she's a teacher. Yeah. She kind of looks like Elsa now though with her hair blonde and braided. Emma, my dad was framed. I did that video too. So I wonder what's going to happen now when we hear from the kids. What that's going to be like. But basically today was a whole lot about the paintball gun. Really. It was a whole lot of nothing, wasn't it? There's a little bit about the raccoon. A whole lot about the 911 call. Yeah. I might do some different things with the recaps. We'll see. And I have to finish this special video that I have a deadline for it. So I got to finish that. But anyways, it was an interesting day. We're going to make it a great week. We're going to end it off on a beautiful note tomorrow. It sounds like it's not going to be a huge day tomorrow. A long day. So we'll be here again at 8:30 in the morning. I'll be on. Emma, how old is Emma now? Let me check. Because she was in her 20s before. Emma Daybell age. My spelling with my nails are terrible. I have to find it because I know they were there in the 20s. Oh, okay, so Emma, so I think she's 30. She's around 30. Because 4 years ago she was around 26. So she's around 30. Yeah. I have it multiple times, but in between other data. Yes, sometimes that's the problem. I need to really start extracting some of that, don't I? Okay, well, you guys, I am going to go and get this project done. Then feed my child, then go to parent-teachers interview, which would be interesting. But I'm going to see you guys hopefully tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. And then I'll do some planning on what kind of updates I need to do. Thank you for being with me today. I know you got to experience some of spicy Linda. So I apologize for that. Yet I don't apologize for sticking up for myself and for us. I want to keep this like a little safe spot that we can hang out in and be able to hang out with some peace and laughter, even in dark topics. So I love you guys. Thank you for being with me. We will see you tomorrow. Yes, my Italian showed today. It takes me a lot, but then when I get mad, then look out. but it takes me a lot. I'm half Italian, maybe 3/4. My dad's from Malta, so there's that too. Okay, so thank you for being with me. We'll see you tomorrow, and we're going to end this on a high note tomorrow. Bye, guys.